Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? This is our eighth, is it? Eighth day of Indonesia Pavilion at COP27 on Wednesday. So this is our first session for today. Welcome. And I would like to invite ladies and gentlemen who are still outside to please join us for the discussion about tropical forest fire prevention for mitigating climate change. And we will be focusing on monitoring and field implementation. So this event is organized by the International Tropical Timber Organization and with Bogor Agriculture Institute and FFPRI. And it will be in the forum of talk show. So we will have speakers both are in here as well as online joining from Jakarta. I would also like to say hi to the audiences that joining us online through Zoom or YouTube. Hello, selamat sore, good afternoon. Also for those of you who are joining us from other parts of the world, we are still live from Sharm el Sheikh in COP27 in Indonesia Pavilion. This is our 8th day. And without further ado, I think we can start soon. It's already past 10 a.m. So perhaps I can invite the moderator to come to the stage. Dr. Juan Okma, from the Forest Management Division from the International Tropical Timber Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Juan Okma.
Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, who are joining online. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this side event, which is Tropical Forest Fire Prevention. I think this is organized jointly by ITTO, my organization, and IPB in Bogor, Indonesia, as well as the FPRI of Japan. So we had three joint collaborators to organize this side event. First, I'll extend some deepest apology for our executive director, not able to join the opening, and I'm sure so closing. She's attending the high-level segment of the COP27 at the moment. The head of the international organization, they are delivering their statement, so she's waiting at the plenary one. So some unfortunate situation. So on behalf of the Shamsak Group, I wish to extend our deeper appreciation to all of you to join this side event. This side event aim to exchange the best practice as well as some knowledge of preventing forest fire and also how to make a more smart action on the ground. That is the goal of today's event. And we are very fortunate with many outstanding speakers in line with us. Our first speaker is Dr. Isra Albar. He is really the outstanding fire expert in Indonesia. He is currently the Deputy Director of Directorate of the Forest and Land Fire and Director of Climate Change of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And our second speaker, Professor Bambang Hero Sarjo. She is also one of the outstanding scientists in the forest fire prevention in the world. So he is also, but he is now in France, Paris. So he could not join the person, but he will join the online. And then we had Dr. Hirata from Forest Product Research Institute of Japan. He is with us. And also we had one speaker from Dani, from the private sector. She will join the meeting from Indonesia. So we'll have the outstanding speaker. And then we can have some more time for our discussion. I prepared some two questions to facilitate this discussion for our interaction. So that will be our last segment. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to invite our first speaker. I'd like also invite our speaker who are here. So please, in the podium. So which you can see it over there, maybe alone, going together. So it is my great pleasure to invite Dr. Isara to make the presentation on the policy and the forest fire program in Indonesia. Please come podium. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning for you here in Indonesian Pavilion, and good afternoon to all participants through Zoom and also YouTube. I think in Indonesia now it's about afternoon. And honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share the information about the forest fire in Indonesia. Especially for the last 7 years, what happened in the field. So my presentations. Yes, my presentation is about the forest and land fire management in Indonesia. This is the history of the forest and land fire in Indonesia. Since 82, we have a big fire at the time. About 3.6 million hectares was burned, especially in Sumatra and Kalimantan. And then in 97, it's about 11 million hectares also burned, mostly the same area in Sumatra and Kalimantan. And then 2006, and the big fire also in 2015, not only Indonesia, but also all over the world, where it's 2.1 until 2.6 million hectares burned in Indonesia. And then the last fire season is 2019, when we lost about 1.6 million hectares, especially also in pit. This is the Indonesian commitment. You know that we have the Paris agreements. It's signed by in Paris 2015, and then we ratified these Paris agreements 1 year later. And then we have the first NDC that we submitted to UNFCCC. And then also we updated the NDC, and then we have the target for 29% and 41% for CM2, CM1 and CM2. And then last year we also submitted the LTS-LCCR, long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience. We also issued the President Decree number 98/21 last year, about the implementation of carbon pricing and achieving NDC targets. And then this year we also issued the Ministry of Environment Decree number 168 regarding the Indonesian forestry and land use of Volunesing 2030. And then we just updated our NDC with enhanced NDC, where we add the target with 32 and also 43 in CM1 and CM2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the important things. We know that GHG emissions reduction next 2030. So in our enhanced NDC, we can see here that the FOLU have a contribution at least 55%, and then for the 43% target, we have about almost 60%. This is the target in the folio, how do we reduce the greenhouse gas emission in 2030. And then we can see also here that the peat fire also contributes about 48%, and in 2016 about 44%. So the greenhouse gas emissions is come from the peat fire is the big portions of the source of emission. So reducing hotspots, burn area, and also fire occurrences is the key to reducing emission from the peatlands fire, where our target is in follow netting 2030. This is the new paradigm after the big fire in 2015, where we focus on the crisis phase, and then suppression, and also monitoring. We only have the NOAA satellite, and then also the burn area based on the field report, and then we change the paradigm. So now the prevention is the first one. We also involving the community, improving early warning and detection system using the NOAA, and then also the NPP SUMI, and then Terra Aqua and also Landsat. And then the early response should be also be our focus. And then for the burn area, now Indonesia is the only country in ASEAN that having monthly or regularly estimating their burn area. So we know now about the fire cycle in Indonesia, because it will be different. It's southern part of Asia with the northern part of Asia. In January to April, we have the pre-crisis phase. And then in April, June, we have the warning phase, so we have to prepare. And then June, October, it's become the crisis phase, whereas the Kalimantan and also in Sumatra and part of the East Nusa Tenggara, it's also fire occur there. And then we have the recovery phase, just like now. It's November now, so we are experiencing less of hotspot. So in fire management, there are three things, activities. The first is prevention, the second is suppression, and the third one is post-fire. In prevention, there's a lot of activities that we have to be done, like regulation and strengthening coordination, early warning, early detection, integrated fire prevention patrol campaign, and also how to open the area without burning. And then we also strengthen the fire care community. And the last one is we do the weather modifications. And suppression, of course, we have the ground suppression. We have also the joint suppression and air suppression. For the post-fire, as I mentioned earlier, we do the burn area estimations and then also inventory of burn area. This is the permanent solution for the forest fire that we try to formulate in 2019, and most of these activities is included in these preventions. So we do the weather modification, we do the fire care community, we establish the fire care community, and also the important thing is the how we manage the peatland. For the monitoring, this is the fire monitoring as part of the prevention. We have 25 years of experience in how to establish the monitoring system. It's started from the very simple one, and now we have the complicated, but it's complete one. So we experienced 25 years, and we cooperate with the first cooperation is with JICA at the time when we established our fire monitoring in Bogor and also in Jakarta. So you can see this is the timeline of the fire monitoring. And this is the early warning and early detection. So we use the fire danger rating system. We use also the hotspot monitoring. We use also the geo hotspots. This is from our Indonesian Meteorological Agency. And also we use, we monitor the trajectory, the hash trajectory. It's come every day, and this is hourly basis. The latest technology of fire danger rating system, we can see here, this is the FDRS that we developed since 2002, and now we can predict, we can forecast until 7 days, next 7 days. You can see here, this is forecasting for November 22nd, and this we can forecast by today. And also this one, this is the long lead predictions, we can also having the information about the fire occurrences potentials for the ASEANs. This is for Jan next year and until April next year. You can see here, this is the active fire in Indonesia, starting in 2015 when we had the big fire, and then 2019, and then the last one here. This is the latest information that we only have half the hotspot comparing to the last year. So I think we are on the right track. This is the burn area that we estimate, we calculate monthly basis. So as I mentioned before, Indonesia is the only country in ASEAN that doing this in regular basis, monthly basis. So we have the data, not only the burn area, but also we can calculate the greenhouse gas emission, not only in mineral, but also in pit soil. This is the timeline about the Directorate of Forest Fire and then Mangali and Fire Brigades that we developed since 2002. And then we have the new paradigm here, and we have the permanent solutions since 2019. This is the early detection system by thermal camera. I think now CCTV is commonly used for the fire monitoring. We also use this for the calculate the burn area for the local area, just like this. So we did it in our local fire center. This is the Manggala Agni Fire Brigades that we developed since 2002, and now we have about 34 local fire centers in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi, and then we have almost 2,000 fire brigades in the field. So we have the capacity, we have the resources, we have the equipments, and then we have a lot of things. That this is the as a part of the fire fighting and the part of the fire prevention, the main area. And we also do the patrol. So our fire brigades, every day, they do the patrol and then report to the headquarters. This is the example of our local fire center. In the right top, this is in Oki in South Sumatra. Another one in the middle is in Banyu Asin. So we have 34 local fire center like this. And then this is the fire brigades with the red custom, the red uniform. So we have almost 2,000. For the post-fire burn estimations, as I mentioned earlier, we do it in monthly basis. So this is the example. So you can see here, this is a timeline. So we monitor, there's a hotspot there. And then we check in ground check. We ask our fire brigades to go to the ground and then check it. And then just 2 or 3 days after that, we also ask another fire brigades for another province to have the joint suppression. And then after that, by using the imagery satellite, Landsat and also Sentinel, we can estimate how much area is burned at the time. So this is my last slides. This is the key fire of management. At least there are 5 stakeholders that should cooperate in this fire management. The first is the governments. We are in the policy sector. We are regulator. And the local government. We need also the local governments, including the local disaster management agency. And we need also the communities, including the NGOs. And then the university, of course. Pak Bambang later on will inform us about what they are doing as a part of the academicians. And also, we need the private sector. The private sector also the key role of this fire management, because they have the resources, and they also, if their burn area in their location, they also become, let's say, the direct impact of this fire occurrences. So I think that's my, the last one. This is to show you that we need hand in hand together. We have to work together, not only in the field, but also in national level, in provincial level, also in regional and international level. So we need the cooperation with all stakeholders, so you can manage the fire management. We can reduce of our fire occurrences, and it leads to the reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, where we have the target in the volume netting 2030, where 150 million hectares, 150 million gigaton that we have to reduce by 2030. So I think that's my sharing information about the fire management in Indonesia. I hope this could give you some information about what we are doing, at least for the last 25 years in fire management and fire monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Israr Alba, your very, very comprehensive presentation. I'm sure you would have the several questions from our audience, and we'll have the panel discussion session. So now particularly I learned from the presentation, I mean the paradigm shift. So old paradigm and the new paradigm are very interesting to recognize, like the new paradigm, including the prevention first, and involving the community, and also improving early warning system. Very interesting. I look forward to your further also involvement in the panel discussion. Second, I'd like to invite our second speaker, Professor Bambang Hiro Sarajo, and unfortunately he is some mission to France, so he made a pre-record video. So I'd like to ask the video presentation to show the presentation through the video. Yes.
Hello, my name is Bambang Sarjo. I come from Dr. Forest Environment at PB University, Indonesia. I will share to you about the greenhouse gas emission from forest land fire in Indonesia. I will share the screen. Okay, I think you can see my title of presentation. Greenhouse gas emission from forest and fire in Indonesia. I will start with the video. This video shows that the fires is working on peat. You can see the huge amount of greenhouse gas produced during burning. This is dominated by peat that occurs in South Sumatra. So from here you can see huge amount of greenhouse gas emission produced during burning, especially on peatland. Second one, I will show you like this. So the situation is a little bit different than before, because here the still forest green, dominated by trees that burning. So I would like to show you here. This is two kind of difference. First one is relatively very cleared, and the second one that is still trees standing there. And then as a result, so you maybe knows that in 2019, greenhouse gas emission, especially CO2 emission from Indonesia, especially occurs in 2019. It's just, even though just 1.6 million hectares compared to 2015, but the greenhouse gas emission is nearly more than 700 million ton produced during that period. And then, based on Sipongi data that taken in 2022, it seems that there is the decreasing of fires. For instance, in 2019, 1.6 million hectares. In 2020, become 296, and 2021 is 358,000, and 2022 is 185. It's also a deeper reflection on the emission, especially ton CO2 equivalent that can you see here. And what I would like to say with this table is that even though finally we recognize that in 2020 there is a fires decrease compared to 2021, but you can see in several provinces there is still increase of fires there. For instance, from here you can see in Aceh from 1,267 increase doubles Okay, and in this implication, the emission that occurred in 2021, 450,000 ton become nearly 1 million. This occurred also in Jampin, Bengkulu, where just on 93 hectares of 21 become more than 1,600 in 2022. This also give implication to the increase of emissions. You can see also in Jambi, yeah, in Lampung, yeah, and then in Maluku. This is I think is quite unique because in Lampung in 2021 is just 5,400 to become nearly 600, 6,000. And then in in East Nusa Tenggara, or even the disease decreased, but they can produce the emission is quite high. And then the Central Kalimantan, yeah, Central Sulawesi, yeah, and then this is also increasing on in so to Sulawesi, from 2000s become 3000s, and you can see here in West Sumatra from just 2000, and in 2020 it's become 4 times, yeah, about the 9,500 hectares. This is also increasing significantly of the greenhouse gas in 2022. It's also significant for North Sumatra. For instance, like you can see that the one area in in 2021 just 4,000, and then in 2022 become 7,000, something like that. And then you can see here the emission become more than 1 million. The situation also occurs at the in Rio, even though just decreasing from 21 in 22, but you can see here the emission is still high. It's about 2 million, 2.4 million ton of CO2 equivalent. And then this is one example that the in several area there is not burn much years before, but in here in 2022, like in Lake Toba, more than 500 burn just in less than 1 month. Situation also in Komodo National Park, where it is found that 191 hectares natural preserved Waibuku occurs in 19, I mean in 2022. And then we can see here the reason why then decreasing of fires. One of the significant factors is the rainfall. We can see here for certain area there is rainfall still high compared that before. And then when we can see the NDC in Indonesia in 2022, you can see here that the most emission, about 63%, are the result of land use change and pit and forest fires. And we can see also from the first BOR, the main contributor sectors were LUCF, with including pit fire is 47.8%, and then the second BOR, where the emission from LUCF, including pit fires, is about 43.59%, and the third BOR reported increasing emissions level to 1.85 gigaton. And from here we can see that the emission dominated by LCF, including pit fire, is 0.13%. And then another point that is important is that based on the UNEP report 2022, the extreme fires will become increased around 14% by 2023, and 30% by 2050, and 50% by 2100. And then why then we should care about this? Because this link with the global threat. And then we can see here that the wildfire will increase CO2 and other gas emissions, and then they impact cause the climate change. And finally, like we face now is the increase of the risk, for instance, like drought and also temperatures, means, something like that. So from here, this is one good ways is that to minimize the impact of the climate change, that you should reduce the wildfire risk. And then also the recommendation that I taken from board for the Congress is that the should be rebalanced investments spent on reactive suppression to proactive wildfire mitigation and management. And also in Indonesia, for instance, we should start with this one, non-tillage, which accounts the production hydras, and also from the beginning, we should care about the situation by using the Paris map. And then if you have a canal, you should maintain it because this is one of the difficulties when the water is dropped and become sensitive to the fires. You can mention in DC that pit fire on one of the important source for the greenhouse gas emissions to CO2. And then finally, for conclusion, it is certain that one of the most significant source of greenhouse gas emission is the result of fires, especially pit fires. Therefore, it is very wise if fire prevention has been carried out from an early stage in a planned, systematic, and timely manners, and not just a mere ceremonial event. The result of the research showed that the decrease in the area of fire does not mean that the anti-burn area become less burns. It is evident that some areas that have not been burned before are actually starting to burn. Because extreme fire will continue to go in the future, it is imperative that planned and systematic forest fire control is carried out without exception. I think that's all what I would like to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Bambang Heru Sarojo from your presentation online. I hope you will join during the panel discussion. We expect your some contribution to panel discussion later part of the today event. So now I'd like to invite our third speaker, Dr. Hirata, Principal Research Director of REDD Plus and Disaster Risk Reduction also Center of Tsukuba, FPRI, Japan. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ma. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yasumasa Hirata from Forestry. Oh, sorry. It's okay? Forestry and Forest Product Research Institute. It's okay? And now, I'm director of RED Plus and Forest-Based Disaster Risk Reduction Research and Development Center. So today I'd like to talk about forest fire and RED Plus from a little bit different aspect. Forest fires are one of the factors contributing to climate change, not only because of their enormous impact on the livelihood of local community and biodiversity, but also because they release large amount of carbon into the atmosphere. In my talk, I would like to introduce the concept of RED Plus, how to calculate emission from forest fires in terms of IPCC guideline, and the factors and monitoring of forest fires. By the way, this photo is East Kalimantan in Indonesia. So, according to the IPCC special report on climate change and land, activities in the agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector, namely AFOR, account for 23% of total net anthropogenic emission of greenhouse gases. The IPCC identified RED Plus as the activity with the largest potential for reducing after emissions. Therefore, and a series of COP of the UNFCCC, a discussion have been held to establish a framework for REDD+. As a result, in the COP15 decision, REDD+ targets 5 activities. First, REDD, REDD, or emission reduction targets deforestation and forest degradation. On the other hand, the plus activity within REDD+, namely conservation, sustainable management, and carbon enhancement, are covered from the perspective of reducing emissions. The basic concept of REDD+ is to provide economic incentives such as funding or credits to developing countries for REDD+ activities, namely reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation, and plus activity, namely reducing CO2 emissions and CO2 levels in the atmosphere by carbon sequestration. Oh, sorry. To quantify the reduction in CO2 emission due to REDD+ activities, compared with the case where no REDD+ activities are undertaken, a reference emission level and a reference level have been established. Thus, in order to estimate the change in the amount of carbon stored in forest, monitoring using scientific approach is essential. Calculation of emission from REDD+ activities must follow the IPCC guideline. In 2019, refinement to the 2006 IPCC guidelines for national greenhouse gas inventories, methodologies for estimate greenhouse gas emission from fires is presented. According to it, greenhouse gas emission from fires are calculated at the sum of the area band, the mass of fuel available for combustion, the combustion factor, and the emission factor. IPCC guideline, as a part of the scope of reporting, emission must be reported for all fires, including prospective fires and wildfire on managed land. So managed land is important point. If land use change, greenhouse gas emission from fires must be reported under the new land use categories. Emission from wildfire on unmanaged land do not need to be reported unless the land is subject to a land use change. In other words, unmanaged land are outside the scope of reporting. For fires as a management measure, greenhouse gas emissions from the area band should be reported. If the fire affects unmanaged land, greenhouse gas emissions from post-fire land use change should also be reported. So this figure is from the guidelines. It shows generic decision trees for identification of appropriate tier to estimate greenhouse gas emissions from fire in a large land use category. This is a decision tree that set up 4 questions and determine which method to take. The most detailed data, the higher the tier is adopted, and the more accurate the emission can be calculated. I have talked about how to calculate carbon emissions from forest fires, and now I would like to consider how to achieve the fire suppression necessary to achieve lead plus. Several factors contribute to fire. The condition of the forest, whether the forest is intact forest or degraded forest, will naturally affect the size of the fire. In degraded forest, forest debris on the forest floor provides fuel for the fire, which increase the size of the fire. The type of forest also affects the size of the fire, whether it is wet or dry forest. Accessibility can positively or negatively affect the size of fire. Roads and river can serve to stop the spread of fires and be used for firefighting. But they can also be used as routes for illegal logging. Human activities can cause fires in addition to illegal logging. The spread of fire to agricultural land is a frequent occurrence. Therefore, distance from village and former land boundaries affect fire severity. A number of satellite sensors are currently being used to monitor these forest fires. Monitoring of satellite sensor provides real-time or semi-real-time data of fire event, normally free through internet. So let me conclude today's my talk. Forest fire are a serious problem in developed and developing countries. However, forest fire caused by land use change in developing countries are the most serious, and lead plus is required to control them. Forest fire are an urgent issue both locally and globally. Namely adaptation and mitigation. In addition to climate change, fire have a significant impact on local livelihood, economies, and biodiversity. Addressing forest fire is both an adaptation measure and a mitigation measure. The calculation of change in carbon stocks due to forest fire must follow IPCC guidelines. Factors related to forest fires should be considered in the implementation of lead plus activities. Countermeasures and preventive measures should be prepared according to the factor. Finally, there are several available data sources for fire monitoring, and good use of these can lead to lead plus activities. So I think today I want to talk to you. That's all today I want to talk to you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hirata. You highlighted how to calculate the greenhouse gas emission from fire, as well as also you also emphasized the forest fire is really urgent issue, and we need somehow more scientific research, and we look forward also panel discussion. Now we had the last speaker. She is online, Ms. Tani. She will join from Riau, Sumatra. So Daniel, are you ready to make a presentation online?
Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, Daniel, we can hear you. Also, we can see. So we will follow based on your instruction. We will facilitate the presenter slide. So you can ask us to next. We can
Okay,
go
okay.
following.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Technician, can you line up the presentation?
Okay, wait.
We
I
receive
already share with you, but now. Okay.
we received the PowerPoint presentation in advance, so the technician team can upload the presentation, and then you can ask us to
I will
move next.
share my presentation. Is it okay for? Okay, wait. Give me a second.
And the
Okay.
okay, wait just 1 second. We are uploading the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, well. Hello,
Okay.
Dr. Ma.
Yes, now the first page. Can you see the first screen, the Fire Free Village program? So we now upload the presentation. Okay, so please go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, good morning, everyone, and good afternoon from Indonesia. I'm Deni Sumitran as a Forest Protection and Conservation Manager from April Group. And thank you for the opportunity that given to me to share of our program on fire prevention and mitigation, especially on the fire-free village program that including the empowering local communities and women in forest fire prevention. Okay, as you are aware that fire repression major threat to forest and peatland landscape in Indonesia, particularly in Sumatra where our operations are located. Since 1999 till 2014, smoke and haze from forest fire have spread throughout Southeast Asia, and smoke haze can leave a catastrophic impact on human health. So the root cause analysis identified that the burning for land preparation for agriculture and also lack of understanding of the impact of health on human health as the key underlying issues. So yeah, fire is used as traditional method to clear the land for agriculture since it is the cheapest option for land clearing. To reduce a forest fire, April developed the Fire Free Village program, which also aligns with the company's commitment to fire prevention. Since 1993, April has had a strict no-burn policy and continues to support the government, communities, and stakeholders in addressing the risk posed by fires. And April's approach consists of four elements in fire management. The first is fire prevention, fire preparation, fire suppression, and fire recovery. These components form a comprehensive fire management approach that consider advanced prevention and suppression capabilities in the region. In the chart, in the right side, this is the fire-free village program. And the fire-free village program introduced the concept of fire prevention to the wider community to develop their capability in social, economic, health, education, and environment. And there are 3 stages in our program. The first one is a fire-aware community, where the focus is to introduce the hazard of forest fire, how they affect to the health, and the basic of how to prevent forest and land fires. We work closely with the local communities around our operation area. We go to school to educate the students, and then we go to market where we interact with the women and mothers and approach religious leaders to communicate the key message to reach particular group. The second is Fire-Free Village program. This program is for 2 years. In this stage, the focus is to shift communities away from relying on fire as a land management tool. And we are prepare incentives to the communities to avoid and prevent forest and land fires. In the Fire Village program for 2 years, there are 5 key programs, as you can see on the slide. That the first is No Burn Village Reward. We offer the reward as incentive for communities to stop the fire. And April provides a reward of 100 million rupiah, this is non-cash, if a village is free of fire during dry season period. The community will decide on the form of the incentive which they can use to build the village infrastructure. The second is we have a forest protection rangers, and we hired the forest protection rangers from a local communities, and they stay at their village as fire prevention advocates and fire suppression, and they do the fire preparation, they do the patrol and monitor their village. And the next is sustainable agriculture assistance. That is very important because, as I mentioned before, that the root cause analysis identifies that burning for land preparation for agriculture. That's why April assists in land preparation without using fire as a tool to clear and prepare land for agriculture livelihood. And we assist the community using the mechanized heavy equipment, and sometimes manual. We do it manual. The next is community fire awareness. This program aims to educate the communities and raise public awareness that focus on the inappropriate use of fire and the burning impact, particularly those related to the human health. The HES monitoring. April has installed HES monitoring tool and provide health information to the community. The last stage for the Fire Village program for 2 years is the Fire Resilience Community Program, which is ongoing engagement with the communities who have passed through the Fire Village project at least for 2 years. Okay, this is our approach, and these are photos of our activities that I mentioned before. And the chart on the right side shows our goal from the program as the community capabilities on social, economic, health, education, and environment are developed. And then the awareness on impact of the fire will increase. This is eventually will lead to the number of total hectare burned in the village significantly reduced. And this is the list of 39 villages that are included in our Fire-Free Village program, which are located across 5 regencies in Riau. And as of in 2022, the total land area covered in Fire-Free Village program through partnership with 39 villages is more than 800,000 hectares. And what have we achieved so far? We can see in the slide. Yeah, so far the results have been positive. The villages that participated in this program mostly achieved a fire-free record. It means that the village were able to reduce fire in their respective areas. And as you can see from this chart that the number of total hectare burned significantly reduced. While not yet eliminated, but we can contribute in reducing forest and land fires in Indonesia. Okay, this is our collaboration with stakeholder to achieve fire-free village program because we want to collaborate with the communities, with the stakeholder from the site level. And one thing that we have learned is that the collaboration among multi-stakeholders, such as the communities, the government, or NGO, is essential to prevent forest and land fire. And in achieving its goals, we involve every aspect of the community, including women. Women have important role in fire prevention because they are the agent of change for household level, where they can influence the family members to change their habits, especially on land management. By involving the women in the program, so they will hold equal role in addressing environmental issues. And this way, they become part of the solution. We educate them to understand what is the impact of the deforestation to their daily life, and then providing knowledge regarding disaster risks to increase the women's abilities in preventing forest and land fires. It is hoped that the role of women in preventing forest and land fires can change the habits of the community to be more active in participating in preventing fires, especially on land which is used as a place for planting crops. And this is the success of the fire privilege program in preventing forest and land fires inspired the establishment of multi-stakeholders consist of leading forestry, agriculture companies, civil society organization in 2016, known as the Fire Free Alliance, and to share the best practices on how the best prevent forest and land fires in Indonesia. And in the right side, the replicating the success of Fire Free Village program. Now, April with the government and companies, especially in Pelalawan district, work together in preventing forest and land fires to optimize resources in fire prevention and suppression. This collaboration is called cluster-based forest and land fire prevention. We form a cluster committee of several companies to share the best way to prevent forest and land fires, and we hold a regular meeting and help each other if a fire occurs, especially in the Pelalawan district. And yeah, to support the success of forest and land fire mitigation, the participation of men and women around the community is needed because the success is not only the role of government or companies, but very much depends of the community itself. That's all from me, and thank you for your time. And I hope this information can be useful for all of us, and especially in the forest, in preventing forest and land fire in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel Sumitron, for your the online presentation. I have recognized you have very interesting program, FFA, Fire Free Village Program. This is very straightforward, the action on the ground. We very much appreciate your presentation. So we two speaker online. I hope our Professor Bambang Hirosarjo will be also online, and our to speak. So I have we have some question and answer, but we had this short some first discussion. I have two questions, so maybe we can interact with the speaker as well as our the participants. So can I have the team to have a final my slide? Yeah. Yes, I have. Yes. So I like to somehow we had a short limit time, so somehow the first discussion, and then after that we had also interaction with our speaker. I'm sorry about the online speaker, not easy, but we had two outstanding speaker and also our colleague here, so we will have there. So we had I prepared some two questions, and let's interact each other. Here we had a wonderful presentation from the well-known speaker. Here the intention to have a short interaction each other. So my first question is our speaker and our participant. Also, you are very much welcome to share your view, your opinion, your idea. So first question, what is the most promising solution to address the challenge of forest and land fire? So we talk about nature-based solution, forest-based solution, adapt solution, managed solution, woman-based solution, so many things we learned that my first question. So let's first talk about what kind of solution we would think the more appropriate. My second question is what is your top priority in order to address forest fire challenge? Based on your position from your government, you are from NGO, you are from the private sector, you are from the academician. So let's share what you are thinking, what would be my personal agenda to address fire. And then later, I'd like to also encourage your colleague to give you some kind of keyword, what from this side event, any the keyword, anything. I think it would be very interesting to bring out the commitment, our also vision to after this side event. So first question. So I like first give to our chance to our first speaker, Dr. Israel Alba, to share the view. What is the most promising solution to address this very open-ended question? So you are the policymaker at the Ministry of Environment Forestry, Indonesia. So I like to listen to your some view on the solution. We need a solution. We need action. Please share the view.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ma, for your this is guidance questions for where we have to discuss about the solutions. So my answer is first, we have to involve all stakeholders. So so that's why in my last slides, there's about, let's say we have 5 fire keys in fire management. The first one is the government itself, and the second one is the local government. The third one is the private sector, and the fourth one is the academicians, the university, and also the NGOs, and the last one is the communities. So we have to strengthen these 5 key components for the fire management, especially for the fire preventions. Another one is, the focus in the preventions. So that's why since 2015, we changed the paradigm from suppression to preventions. So I think now we have in the good and the right track, especially for Indonesia. And one thing the important in prevention also is peatland management in Indonesia, because there's study that's 99% the fire occurs in the peatland due to the humans' activities. So that's why the peatland management is important, and also the involving of the local communities is also the very important one to solution to address the forest and fire. So I think that's my answer for this first question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Israel. So I understand. I mean, this is more like the inclusive approach, or all the collaborative approach that would be the essential to move forward. I understand. Thank you very much. So also I'd like to invite out the second, Professor Bambang, are you here with us? Professor Bambang. I will skip the Prof. Ambang somehow. That he's in the Bronx, so Paris, but some of the connection. But he promised. But I'd like to move to our next speaker, Dr. Hirata. Can you share your view? What would be most promising solution to address the fire issue? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I myself, I'm a remote sensing scientist, so it's really quite difficult question. The most promising solution, if we know already, we conduct. And for 30 years, I studied on forest fires using remote sensing. And during my experience, of course, there are many solutions. For example, technically, early warning system. Now, many satellites observe the forest fire. So early warning system is one technical solution. And of course, the governance is very important point. But livelihood in the area. So already he said stakeholders problem.
Yes.
How we can solve the problem. I don't have the answer, but today many NGO, academia, and the private sector participants join. So I would like to ask them.
Dr. Hirata is a chief scientist at Force and Force Product Research Institute of Japan. I believe he's one of the person promoting the science-based solution. I think that we are also working many sector. I believe science is a key component how to calculate the carbon from the greenhouse gas. I think this is science-based also your contribution. Really, we look forward. So I'd like to move to question 2 from our audience. I think our audience, we had several also very diversified group. You had some government, some of the NGO, also academician here. And the volunteer, number 2 question, what do you think about your own priority to scale up, address the fire issue? So can I have some of the volunteer, the audience, to what is the view? Second question, what is your priority to scale up action to prevent forest fire from your own work, your own country? So any the volunteer, I think that we had so many the participants here. May I invite our colleague, somehow the student. So maybe out the backside, I learned out the backside, our student, international colleague. So Alfredo, can I invite you? You are the student of the International Forest Student Union, our 2 colleagues. So any colleagues, can you answer that question here? Can you participate? My question is what is your priority? How do you think about what would be the priority to scale up the action to address the fire from perhaps your study, you are the university student, the leader, so can you share the view?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. First of all, my name is Vladimir and I'm from Ukraine. Unfortunately we have, because of the governments owned all the forests, the financial situation of the forestries and forestry enterprises are not so high, so the protection of the forests are closely connected to the budget, which is again not on the best way, but at the same time we have a really powerful regional office which planning and provide the scaling for possibilities into the fires, and again I think that we can prevent them, as was mentioned before, with the modeling and understanding what's going to happen in the future. And I think the best scaling for the our action of forest fires, it will be the reduction of the areas that they cover, and of course the CO2 production in the future. So yeah, that's my answer. Thanks for asking.
Yes, thank you, thank you. I just pointed, I mean, ask you the intervention. You got a good point. Huh? I think the disciplinary the study would be more comprehensive coverage. Fire is really the comprehensive issue, so also we need more the knowledge, more the broad knowledge to address such issue. So I'd like to move to the last, some of this also all open some of your contribution. The 1 minute take home message was the keyword from the I think the first presentation we learned, and second presentation also many other things like the message what you liked from this side event talk show. So any the volunteer? Yes, please. Yes, sure. Yeah, Mike, please.
Thank you so much. I think I want to respond to the question number 2.
Oh,
I think the government have to make a policy in the participation manner, involve the communities when they put the policy, and the first of all policy, when they elaborating that policy, make community basis to be involved in these policies. And secondly, we have to look at code of how the code of prevent fire. Third is the win-win communities and the government of the forest. If you are here near the forest, to protect it, you have to benefit some compensation to protect it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam. You pointed 3 keywords, 3 aspects in connection question 2. It was very interesting. I mean, also our the presenter also same the message what you deliver. I believe the one present the first speaker, Dr. Isara also mentioned about government policy, also paradigm shift. I think the involving the local community very essential component, and also understand the cause of the forest fire. I mean, how to address, and then very important point is the win-win solution, and the policy should be workable, implementable on the ground with a more proactive implement policy on the ground. I think it's a very important message. Can I encourage another also our colleague to share your view? Question 2, any key word we can have after this from this side event. So our colleague from, yeah, please, yes, sure, please, yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Ashar Maki from Sudan. Question 2, when I have some message. Our forests are our lives. Let us preserve them. Thank you.
Yeah, more the action. Yeah, thank you. Can I have the last one more of the colleague from, thank you very much, Sudan, and also our colleague from any other volunteer to share the view how to address the forest fire. Fire is really one of the urgent tasks when we talk about the climate change issue. So I'd like to invite, maybe before closing, I'd like to invite Dr. Isara Alba to, you are the key leader of today's side event. So what would be the 1 minute take-home message from this side event? So it looks like you are today the concluding remark for our side event. Please go ahead. So.
Thank you, Dr. Mark. I would like to stress once again that the forest fire, land and forest fire, is is our responsibility. All stakeholders, not only the government, local government, or NGO, and so on, but that's our common problems, the global problems that we have to resolve. And then the second one is, I recommend this for all the solution for the forest fire. It also should be based on the science and research base. I think this is important because we are dealing with the nature. And the third one is we have to strengthening the fire care community, the local community, because the fire occurs in the land, not in the headquarters. Let's say not in Jakarta, not in Bandung or Bogor, also let's say in your capital, but this occurs in the field. So we need also to maintain the fire care community. And the last one, I think we have to raise the awareness to educate our people, not only people, but also our children, our students, and we did it already. So we give their awareness about the impact of the forest fire, so they know how to prevent the forest fire. I think the last message for me. Thank you, Dr. Ma.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isra. I think that you pointed out some concrete remark. The home message very clear. So we need the last point, like the Dr. Isra mentioned about education or the public awareness. This is the never-ending the story. So I believe side event provides some of the scientific background, how to calculation of greenhouse gas from forest fire. That was one of some knowledge sharing, and also we shared some common task, how do we promote further, take a more deep action to prevent, particularly to prevent the forest fire. We learned some of the involvement, the women, local community are so important. I think this is some take-home message. On that note, I thank you very much, the participant of the wonderful contribution, the participation today, the side event. Also, I thank you very much the technical team who are working behind very well. I so much appreciate. Also, who contribute from the online. I thank you so much, Professor Bambang Hiro Sarajo and Dani. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. So, on that note, it's a pleasure to close today the side event. Thank you so much once again. Have a good day. So, you can give the.
Thank you very much, distinguished speakers. May I have you in the center of the stage to take some pictures before we move on to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere. After this, we're going to have another event on market recognition for sustainable forest management. All right, so we're going to have 5-minute breaks. We will start at 11:30 for an event titled Creating Incentives Through Broader Market Recognition of National Systems. before 12, so let's call it morning still. Welcome and welcome back to the Indonesia Pavilion COP27. We're entering our 9th day. Oh my gosh. We're still live from Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt from Indonesia Pavilion. And I would like to invite the audiences who are still outside of the venue, please joining our discussion on forest management. And I would also like to say hi to the audiences that joining us online from Jakarta. Selamat sore. Good afternoon. And also from those of you who are joining us from other parts of the world, because now our session will be joined by speakers from many countries in the world. So this session will be talking about how good forest governance and sustainable forest management could be incentivized through a broader market recognition within national systems. We will be talking about FLEGT as well, and we will have high-level statements from Indonesia, from Republic of Congo, from Cameroon, from Liberia, and from Gabon, and there will be some representative from the UK as well, from the multi-stakeholder forest program phase 4. So without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator to come to the stage, Dr. Tri Nugroho, Program Director of MFP4, to come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Dr. Tri Nugroho.
Thank you, Leah. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates of COP27, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to Indonesia Pavilion at COP27 at this special session called Creating Incentive Through Broader Market Recognition. This is the title of our session. A very good morning to all of us, as well as those in Indonesia. Good afternoon. Those joining from Zoom. I'm delighted to welcome His Excellency Pak Alu Dohong. Welcome, Pak Alu, Indonesian Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry. Supposed to be His Excellency Mr. Jule Dore Nogo, Minister of Forest Wildlife Cameroon, but he just said 5 minutes ago he has to lead the negotiation in the forum, so we have to let him not here, but hopefully we can hear somebody else to talk about, as well as His Excellency Mr. Lee White, Minister of Water, Rice, Forest, Sea, Environment, and the Climate Change of Republic of Gabon, but he is not available as well. I think Africa have a final negotiation today, so, but the representative from Gabon is here, so somebody will talk about that from Gabon perspective. Firstly, my name is Tri Nugroho, Director of Multi-Stakeholder Forestry Program Phase 4. I'm happy and honored to have you all here as an audience today. So this session is going to be consist of 3 main parts. The first one is going to talk about the opening and presentation about the background and objective of the broader market recognition. What is actually broader market recognition about, the history and the objective, the current progress. The second is actually the support from private sector toward this initiative. We are going to hear private sector voice from Indonesia as well from the UK, the market. And the third part, we are going to hear the supportive statement from His Excellency Pak Alu Dohong, His Excellency Minister Matondo from Republic of Congo through virtual, His Excellency Minister of Nongo, maybe he's not here, but, and then His Excellency Minister of White, representing by somebody from Gabon. First, so I would like to start with the part 1, which is to open this event. I would like to invite Pak Agus Justianso, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, Indonesian Minister of Environment and Forestry, to give an opening speech and the context of this session. Pak Agus, dipersilakan.
Thank you, Pak Tri Nugroho. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Her Excellency Madam Rosalie Matondo, Minister of Forest and Economy, Republic of Congo, who joined virtually. His Excellency Dr. Alu Dohong, Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry. Republic of Indonesia, a representative of the Ministry of Water, Forest, Sea, Environment and Climate Change, Republic of Gabon, my fellow delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning and good afternoon in Indonesia. It is my great pleasure to meet you all in the UNFCCC COP27 in the resort town on the southeastern coast of the Sinai Peninsula, Egypt. I would like to deliver my highest appreciation to MFP4 for hosting this session titled Creating Incentive Through Broader Market Recognition National Systems. The Conference of Parties of UNFCCC clearly recognizes the gravity of global climate change and appreciates the value of multilateral, collective and concerted action as the only means to address this truly global threat of climate change. Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Recently, Indonesia submitted enhanced nationally determined contribution reflecting an increase in emission reduction targets from 29% to 31.89% unconditionally and 41% to 43.20% conditionally. This enhanced NDC is a transition towards Indonesia's second NDC aligned with the long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience 2050 with a vision to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. The enhanced NDC describes heightened actions and the necessary enabling environment that has laid the foundation for more ambitious goals, contributing to the concerted effort to prevent 2 degrees Celsius increase in global average temperature and to pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level. Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Several policies and program implementation will continue to be reinforced and improved to address challenges faced by the forestry sector and the impacts of climate change. Developing policies, planning, and intervention program for NDC, including integrating mitigation in 5 category sectors, that is forestry, energy, IPPU, waste, and agriculture. Following reviews of Indonesia laws and regulation and by the issuance of Government Regulation Number 23, 2021, and the Ministry of Environment Forestry Decree number P.8 2021, the Sustainability and Legality Verification System or called SVLK, Sistem Verifikasi Legalitas dan Kelestarian, which initially stands for Verification Scheme for Timber Legality, has been transformed into a verification scheme for timber legality and forest sustainability. Launching the new logo of the SVLK has been made last year in the UNFCCC COP26 in Glasgow. The rebranding of the SVLK reiterates the commitment of Indonesia towards efforts to achieve sustainable forest management and to supply the marketplace with legally harvested and sustainable timber and timber products. The SVLK has been implemented and has continuously improved for more than 15 years. We also acknowledge that other flag TVPA countries, for instance, the Republic of Congo, Cameroon, Ghana, Guyana, and Liberia, have all gone through a similar process in developing a robust national system of legal and sustainable timber trade. Promoting the spirit of collaboration, this session will showcase the initiative that has been started by the Republic of Indonesia, the Republic of Congo, Cameroon, Ghana, Liberia, and Guyana in finding a shared goal to reward good forest governance with strong market incentive. The initiative has been developed since UNFCCC COP26 last year in Glasgow. The partnership has progressed to finally establish a joint statement. seeking broader market recognition of the national verification system. Rewarding good forest governance with strong market incentive can drive transformationally change in the forest sector, preventing forest degradation and deforestation, which strongly contributed to climate change mitigation and adaptation. This session will present and discuss the initiative to create incentive through border market recognition of national system. Hopefully, the event today will lay a foundation and lead to the pathway for a stronger partnership to support broader market recognition. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Agus Yusianto, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management of Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Pak Agus mentioned about the SPLK, the new logo that launched in Glasgow last year, as well as this initiative is actually, this is the new logo of SPLK. And now, actually, we are going to talk about what is actually broader market recognition about, which is, it was discussed firstly in the COP26 in Glasgow. But the progress is going on up to now, and now involves 5 other countries, including, we just mentioned about Congo, Liberia, Gabon, Cameroon, Ghana, and other countries. So I just want to, if you want to have a more detailed information, I would like to invite Pak Chris Dianto to talk about this initiative and the background, the context, as well as the progress up to now. Pak Chris Dianto, the Director of Forest Product Processing and Marketing, Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry, please.
Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon in Indonesia, and also good evening in the other part of the world. His Excellency Dr. Aldo Hong, Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, and also Her Excellency Madam Rosalie Matondo, Minister of Forest and Economy, Republic of Congo, that's present virtually, and also the representative of the Ministry of Water and Forest Sea, Environment and Climate Change, Republic of Gabon, my fellow delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to convey my appreciation to the producer countries, colleagues from Cameroon, Ghana, Guyana, Liberia, and Republic of Congo. As mentioned by our DJ, Dr. Agus Tianto earlier, that we will bring this initiative further. I would like to share with you the how, creating incentives through broader market recognition of national systems. Next. And this all started last year in COP26 in Glasgow, where Indonesia called for stronger and broader market recognition from consumer countries of national systems. As Indonesia sees challenge in the demand side, consumer countries did not prioritize flexi licensed products. A number of supports obtained from producer countries, stakeholders, and association of customer countries. Next. And the journey of the broader market recognition coalition starting here with the list of coalition from Cameroon, Ghana, Guyana, Indonesia, Liberia, and Congo. And this coalition and the inter-team secretariat who have worked to make this happen, also colleagues behind the screen. This collective idea has brought into a partnership between producer countries. The coalition also played an arena for exchange of information, knowledge, and of course, the network, particularly in the FLEG TVPA and also from the SPLK. Next. The importance of the milestones, including as the one who started, Indonesia been and will always lead the process, bring the ideas further into actionable items. And the common perspective of countries has brought us in a processes defining what we mean by mentioning broader market recognition, or we know as BMR. Several milestones were accomplished in the last year, including the policy forum, the strengthening of the coalition, and produce a joint statement. Next. And the coalition have a statement, and Indonesia has already signed this document. And so far, all members responded positively and provided great inputs to the draft. The statement highlighted how a clear market incentive is critical in reinforcing producer countries' efforts in promoting sustainable forest management. We also identified shared elements of a robust national system. We also acknowledge the power of multi-stakeholders in the development and continuous improvement to the national systems. And we agreed on the importance of incentives from international market for legally and sustainably produced forest products. Next. And this statement is a joint commitment of producer countries to seek recognition as outlined in the country statement. We also open for collaboration from other countries, both with other producer countries and market countries in realizing this shared document, this shared commitment. This statement will be signed by producer countries representative consisting of all stakeholders from the government, civil society, private sector, and three of them. And forthcoming in early 2023, if agreeable and if the resource is available, we will bring back our memories where we start in the flag tea 20 years ago in Bali. If we remember, I said again, it has been 20 years ago since the flag signed in Bali, and we try to bring back our memories with the broader market recognition will be discussed further from the ideas to the implementation plan. And now we are here. We open for the further inputs and also collaboration from everyone. And thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Many thanks, Pak Kristianto, on the explanation about the background, the history, the context, as well as the progress of broader market recognition, which is started last year and now is going on progressively. I would like to invite now, we are going to hear the statement and perspective from Mr. Chris Beko, Director of Forestry Commission of Ghana, to give his view on joint statement of broader market recognition, as well as to give kind like perspective from Ghana about this process. Because I think Mr. Beko also involved in this development of this initiative from Ghana representative. Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Beko. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Tree. And it's morning here. Good morning, everyone from Accra, Ghana. Your Excellencies, Honorable Vice Minister of Environment, Indonesia, Honorable Ministers, fellow practitioners, the business of forest governance, ladies and gentlemen. For us, it is exactly 13 years ago, November 2009, that we signed this agreement, the voluntary partnership agreement with the EU in Brussels. The signing of this agreement gave Ghana a new impetus to existing efforts at improving forest governance and accelerated the pace towards the achievement of sustainable forest management. The accelerated efforts at improving forest governance found clear expression through the establishment of technical systems, the strengthening of forest sector institutions, and the revision of forest laws. All these initiatives were underpinned by a heightened multi-actor approach to the policy-making process, where non-state actors' participation gained and continued to have much recognition. The combination of the introduction of technical systems and the strengthening of the forest sector institutions have also resulted in greater transparency and accountability in the application of forest management prescriptions and in the regulation of the forest sector as a whole. This journey of Ghana in its quest to deliver assurances to the EU market and the broader international timber market is working through the now established national systems for managing and regulating the forests, as well as the trading in legal timber. There's clearly a story of transformation behind the timber legality assurances that Ghana now has on offer. The qualities of these systems and institutions, as well as the sustainability-oriented laws and regulations within which they operate, give further confidence that what is now on offer goes beyond mere legality. And so, noting the progress that has been made with the establishment of Ghana's national systems, recognizing that such qualities are inherent in other countries' systems developed on the same basis as Ghana's legality assurance system, and taking cognizance that the awareness of the international timber markets needs to be raised to appreciate what such national systems have to offer, and realizing that the patronage of the broader international market of products from such systems can go a long way to further incentivize legal and sustainable practices. Ghana has decided and is working with Indonesia, Guyana, Gabon, Cameroon, and Liberia, and hopefully others to join at the appropriate time, to raise the awareness of the markets to appreciate the transformational process behind nationally operated systems and the legality and sustainability qualities of the products that they deliver. And so Ghana has participated in and is therefore behind the joint statement seeking broader market recognition of national verification system. We are happy to be participants. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beko, for this view from Ghana. Mr. Beko coming from Ghana as well as involved with the initial working group to support this initiative. But now I would like to invite people, speaker from private sector. What is actually their perspective about this initiative? And here I would like to invite Mr. Indroyono Susilo, Dr. Indroyono Susilo, Chairman of Forestry Society Communication Forum, to show his support and perspective on this joint statement from the context of Indonesia Sustainable Timber Source. Pak Indroyono is joining us from Jakarta virtually, so we would like to ask Pak Indroyono if it is already there, please.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Pak.
Yes.
Pak Indroyono, silakan Pak Indroyono.
I'm from Bali. I just like to inform everybody that the G20 leaders meeting just concluded 2 hours ago. And during this event, I would like to congratulate Congo and Brazil, in which we signed together with Indonesia an MOU to proceed toward the NDC achievement target. Also, I would like to also congratulate to everybody that this morning, Excellency President Joko Widodo invites all the leaders to visit the Indonesia mangrove park, and just to introduce everybody that yes, we are moving toward to achieving NDC target, and also we are moving toward the net sink volume 2030. What I would like to share with you today actually is how's the country stakeholder perspective on this. Next, I'd like to share with you where are we now. I mean, this is the Indonesian part. Can I have the next slides, please? Can you show us the next slide? Yeah, this is the status of the Indonesia forest product export before the COVID, during the COVID, and now we are rebounding already post-COVID. I'd like to share with you that in 2020 we are very, very afraid because of the export was declining until -8% in July in 2020, and I would like to thank because of the strong of the SVLK certificate and the support of FLEGT VPA certification, and especially the market coming from United Kingdom, we are able to rebound. And until today, in September 2022, the growth year on year is still 13.1%. Next. Just to share with you one slide. This is just a number for you to know that, yes, because of this market expansion, as of September, our total export is around $11 billion. Last year in 2021 is $13.6 billion. So we are targeting to surpass the export value this upcoming next month, December, into around $14 billion. And you know that paper is the first, is number one with 3.1 billion. Pulp is 2.5 billion, and sorry, number three is furniture, not pulp, in 2.1, and panels and also over there, and furniture is 2.2. So export in 2021 is 13.6 billion. So I think now we are targeting to achieve 14 billion this year at least. The region to export Asia, number two North America, and number three is EU of this year export value. Now what should we work together? Because now in Indonesia there's already forestry multi-business. The new law on job creation makes things feasible. So the export products can be varied. Next, my last slide, I'd like to share with you. Yeah, so I think in order to encourage broader market recognition, I think I'd like to share also my colleague from many countries, mostly also from Ghana, from Congo. I think we talk about first legality, we achieved that already. Sustainability, we are moving that already. The SPLK is legality and also sustainability, but I think we have to make some commitment together that both the sustainability should come from both sides, producer and consumer countries. And I think we have to do some. If we do sustainability, I hope the consumer also appreciate this. So that by doing so, we have a complementary each others. So I like to share with you. Because many of these are from producing countries, yet yes, I think we should the customers, mostly the importers, to appreciate what we have already delivered. The market access, the FLEGT VPA, and so on. It was mentioned earlier by the director that yes, in 2003 Indonesia signed a FLEGT VPA, and in 2013 we start implementing it to export our product to European Union. However, there is article number 13 on FLEGT VPA in which the EU countries should promote FLEGT VPA with SPLK. For the moment, this effort is not moving forward. So I think the time right now to encourage the broader market recognition, I would like to invite everybody that yes, please, since we already comply with the FLEGT VPA, I think both countries, Indonesia and other producer countries and Europe, let us use Article 13 as a vehicle to promote market incentive, to broaden our market. And again, by doing so, we will have a much greater market and much good premium price for everybody. So the forest industries all over the world will grow in a steady and sustainable way. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I would like to invite Ms. Lucy Kamal, Timber Development UK Project Manager, to give her support to this initiative as well as perspective from UK as well as from private sector, because I understand, or all of us understand, they are developing similar kind of like idea called Tropical Timber Accord. So I would like to ask Lucy if you are already there. Yes, please, Lucy.
Good morning, Tree. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I hope so.
Yeah, I
Very
can
much,
hear
very
you
much. So
from
please
Bali.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me today. I'm Lucy Kamal, specialist in communications and project management, and I'm really excited to tell you about Timber Development UK's support for broader international market recognition of national standards. We believe in building a better world with wood. Timber Development UK is the largest UK timber supply chain association, spanning sawmill to specifier. And as the private sector, we believe that good forest governance must be supported with strong market incentives. And today's broader market recognition joint declaration sets out the principles needed to do exactly that. We passionately believe in best practice, and we've been working with Indonesia, Ghana, and other tropical timber producer nations to strengthen national governance standards as a way to improve international trade. Over the last 2 years, we've run workshops with producer nations to develop the concept and principles of a global network of national standards in these countries that can be recognized by other systems around the world. Why are we doing this, and why is it so important? As the timber industry, we have a huge responsibility towards the forests that provide our timber and ensure that those forests and communities that rely on them are protected by legal governance frameworks in each of the countries where those forests exist. In Europe, we can see forests are covered by national standards and very strict regulation. And as a result, those forests are growing. In the USA, the forests are covered by national standards and strict regulation. And again, as a result, their forests are growing. But in tropical countries, there is a lack of governance, and these forests are shrinking, suffering from problems such as illegal land conversion for agriculture. Individual producer nations who understand their own challenges benefit most from owning and continually developing their own stronger forest governance frameworks, particularly when supported by the international community. Ultimately, we'd like to see an international secretariat which could administer the framework and target investments into producing countries to finance reform. It will strengthen governance and transparency. It will build capacity in terms of law enforcement and product traceability in most countries, and ensure there's proper capture of forest revenues for the government of that country. It would encourage consumer markets to adopt the policies and regulations that promote responsible trade, including the UK, Europe, the US, and China. It would incentivize countries to implement effective forest governance by giving them a green lane to international markets and trade. It would recognize the importance of the very small and medium-sized enterprises that are the mainstay of business in tropical forest areas, and it would give them the international investment and support for them to grow. So what have we done? The launch pad was Global Forests Need Global Governance Timber Accord at COP26 in Glasgow last year. And we continue to hold workshops with trade associations across the world to call for a new global initiative towards governance and trade. As Pat Cristianto said just now, in April of this year, we called for individual country trade associations to volunteer to become part of a working group to support and inform the role of the Secretariat. The first meeting of this working group took place in July of this year, with representatives from government, civil society, and the private sector from Indonesia, Ghana, Guyana, Cameroon, Republic of Congo, and Liberia. The result of that meeting was the principles you will see set out in the broader market recognition joint declaration, which is being signed today by representatives of those nations and who are now joined by Gabon. This process is gathering momentum, and international private sector interest, including enthusiastic support from the China Timber and Wood Products Distribution Association, CTW PDA. Today is another huge step forward with an important commitment to collaboration and knowledge sharing. Timber Development UK is proud to support the broader market recognition joint statement. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Greeting to London. Yeah, I heard from organizing committee that this session is actually watched by other colleagues from different countries. So nice to have all of you here to see this session from Africa, from Europe, and Indonesia for sure. So now is the the important session, very important session. This is we are going to hear high-level kind like statement support to this initiative. So here, unfortunately, there are some ministers who are not possible to come, but there are some representatives coming in. But now I would like to first call His Excellency Mr. Alu Dohong, Indonesian Vice Minister to Environment and Forestry. You have the floor, Pak Alu.
Her Excellency Madam Rosalie Matondo, Minister of Forests and Economy, Republic of Congo, who attending this event virtually, representative of the Ministry of Water, Forest, Sea, Environment and Climate Change, Republic of Gabon, my fellow delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are joining us here, who are joining us here physically and onlinely from other part of the world. Very good morning to all of you, to all of us. It's my great pleasure to meet you all at the Indonesian Pavilion in the UNFCCC COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, for the event entitled Creating Incentive through Broader Market Recognition of National Systems. As mentioned by the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, COP27 is an opportunity to showcase unity against an existential threat that can only be overcome through concerted action and effective implementation. The world has come a long way in the fight against climate change and its negative impacts on our planet. We now should be able to better understand the science behind climate change, assess its impacts, and better develop tools to address its causes and consequences. Given the vast challenges posed by the Paris Agreement target and the SDGs, it is unrealistic to expect the sudden and mass development standardized, one-size-fits-all solution. Grand strategies should be divided into micro-solutions in the main frames of growing interconnectivity of communication and the availability of data on financial, economic, and other global systems, which will create the new opportunities for transformation. We will then have more space to develop our transformative capacities across broader alliances and to create positive synergies to address the impacts of climate change and enhance sustainability. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, recently Indonesia has submitted the enhanced NDC to the UNFCCC Secretariat on 23rd September 2022, reflecting an increase in emission reduction target from 29% to 31.89% unconditionally and 41% to 43.20% conditionally. Indonesia believes that forest and land use play a significant role in mitigating as well as adapting to climate change. Indonesia considers forestry and land use, or FOLU, as a main sector in our achieving our NDC target. As you may be aware, most of Indonesia's greenhouse gas emission reduction will be fulfilled by FOLU, and after conducting a thorough analysis, we are confident that we will be in matching condition for FOLU sector by 2030. This is how we enhance our ambition through incremental achievements we have obtained since our NDC was developed. This is also our strategy in achieving our NDC by making FOLU sector established, while we simultaneously improving another significant sector, energy and the wetland and ocean sector, including blue carbon. As part of our LCCRs, Indonesia's FOLU Net Sink 2030 uses three working modalities consist of: first, sustainable forest management; second, environmental governance; and finally, carbon governance. Two of our formulated strategies to achieve FOLU Net Sink 2030 are conducted through: firstly, avoiding deforestation, a strategy to deal with deforestation rate, in example by controlling forest and land fires and engaging communities in the social forestry program. And second, conservation and sustainable forest management. This effort is aimed at reducing forest degradation driven by excessive logging and production forest encroachment and extending protected areas. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has been developing Timber Legality Assurance System, or known as SPLK, Sistem Verifikasi Legalitas Kayu, through a long journey since 2001 to support the eradication of illegal logging, promote sustainable timber trade, and reinforce good forest governance in Indonesia. SPLK is a system ensuring timber legality and forest sustainability to encourage markets that the product meat of Indonesia origin from legal and sustainable sources. We developed this system closely with stakeholders' representatives as a core principle of the SPLK. This system belongs to all stakeholders: government, private sector, social society, civil society, and academia. It has not been easy. It requires a lot of efforts and patience among those involved in the processes. In 2021, Indonesia government strengthened the system with regulatory emphasis on sustainability values. This means that the production of all SPLK certified products in Indonesia has adhered to forest management practices that are committed to sustainability. It took us 15 years of hard work before we achieved it. SPLK, in the context of Flag Tea, is a great example how producer and consumer countries can collaborate to raise standards for sustainable forest products. Learning from the Flag Tea processes, we acknowledge that importance of a strong market incentive of the national system to support transformational change in forest governance that will strongly contribute to the global climate change. The government of Indonesia is honored to work in partnership with other like-minded tropical timber producer countries and the market to develop an international framework to drive transformational change in the forest sector by rewarding good forest governance. We are very pleased to collaborate with Republic of Congo, Cameroon, Ghana, Liberia, and Guyana in true partnership to build broader and stronger market recognition on the national system through multi-stakeholders collaboration. We also highly appreciate receiving support from the government of Gabon toward the broader market recognition. I would like to call for us to put forward the initiative by first focusing on collective leadership to achieve the shared goal, and second, committing to continue a close collaboration to identify a sustained platform or suitable platform to host the broader market recognition mechanism. Finally, we would like to extend our invitation to other countries to join in the initiative. Together, we will engage in extensive cooperation to speed up transformational change in the forest sector by incentivizing good forest governance with strong market incentive. Let us continue to work together to ensure mutual collaboration toward achievement of our shared goal. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Pak Alu, Vice Minister of Environment, Minister of Environment and Forestry, for the speech and direction for all of us, and invitation for other countries to join this initiative. So here, actually, we are going to have a speech from Her Excellency Madam Rosalie Matondo, which is last year, Pak Alu, we have a gathering with Madam Matondo in our pavilion in Indonesia as well. But unfortunately, she planned to join this event, but she has to leave last 2 days. So, but we have the video from her on the speech from Republic of Congo perspective on this initiative, as well as to support the idea to have a gathering among the producing countries. So I would like to ask colleagues there to share the screen of the video from Her Excellency Madame Rosalie Matondo, please.
Madame la ministre de l'Environnement et de la Forêt de l'Indonésie, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chers collègues, chers panélistes, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, avant tout propos, je voudrais m'excuser du fait que je ne sois pas présente à cet événement très important. Et au nom du gouvernement de la République du Congo et à mon nom propre, je voudrais exprimer toute ma profonde gratitude à l'endroit du gouvernement indonésien pour nous avoir associés à ce débat. Nous le savons tous, l'humanité tout entière est forcée à lutter contre le changement climatique pour assurer sa survie. Il nous faut réduire nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Le défi est de taille. Malgré la menace climatique, nos sociétés peinent à revoir leur mode de consommation. Alors, certains imaginent des solutions qui reposent sur la capture du CO2. C'est le cas du Congo. C'est de loin la solution la moins chère en matière de changement climatique et la plus efficace. La lutte pour la survie de l'humanité nécessite l'implication de tous, les pays pollueurs et les pays tropicaux qui regorgent et conservent les forêts pour le bien commun. Pour la République du Congo, mon pays, des efforts considérables sont réalisés. Le taux de déforestation y est de l'ordre de 0,06%, qui est le taux de déforestation des plus faibles au monde. L'exploitation forestière, quant à elle, est encadrée depuis 1964 par des lois forestières, dont la dernière a été adoptée en juillet 2020. D'ailleurs, en lien avec les nouvelles thématiques, ce nouveau code forestier prévoit de nombreuses dispositions liées à la bonne gouvernance forestière, telles que le renforcement de la participation des autres parties prenantes et le CLIP, la définition de la légalité, la valorisation des déchets du bois, l'institution d'un régime de partage de production du bois, le processus RED+, avec ses 3 composantes, la gestion durable des forêts, la conservation de la biodiversité et l'augmentation des stocks de carbone à travers le reboisement et le changement climatique, l'élargissement de l'assiette fiscale avec la mise en place de 2 nouvelles taxes, la taxe des résidus et la taxe d'occupation. Mesdames et messieurs, le maintien de la vie sur Terre dépend de l'existence de la forêt, dont la préservation est devenue à nos jours un impératif à l'échelle mondiale. Quoiqu'étant parmi les pays les moins pollueurs, pour ce qui est de la République du Congo, mon pays, la volonté politique en matière de la protection et l'utilisation durable des forêts s'est davantage affirmée dès le début des années 2000 avec l'institution de l'aménagement systématique des forêts sur l'ensemble du territoire national et la certification des concessions forestières. Ainsi, l'aménagement durable des concessions forestières est devenu une obligation dans l'exploitation des ressources forestières au Congo. À ce jour, la République du Congo compte 56,63% des forêts aménagées sur l'ensemble des concessions forestières attribuées et 46,89% de forêts certifiées. La République du Congo soutient également ses efforts de séquestration de carbone et de sauvegarde des forêts à travers la mise en œuvre d'un vaste programme d'afforestation et de reboisement qui vise le développement des plantations forestières et agroforestières sur 1 million d'hectares, donc plus d'1 milliard d'arbres plantés, ce depuis novembre 2011. Tous ces efforts fournis ont besoin d'être reconnus par la communauté internationale. En effet, nos populations, qui sont les premiers conservateurs de la nature, ne bénéficient pas assez de paiements pour services environnementaux. Les nombreux financements tarissent dans les études et procédures de sorte qu'une infime partie seulement arrive aux véritables destinataires. C'est pourquoi j'en appelle au changement de paradigme afin que nos populations bénéficient réellement de ces financements, car faire autrement serait suicidaire pour la planète tout entière. Nous devons faire de nos communautés locales des vrais acteurs de la conservation de la biodiversité. La planète a besoin de nous, conjuguons nos efforts pour la sauver. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
I'm going to read the English translation of the statement. Madam Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, dear panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Congo and on my own behalf, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the government of Indonesia for having associated us to this debate. As we all know, all of humanity is forced to fight climate change to ensure its survival. We need to reduce our CO2 emissions. The challenge is huge. Despite the threat of climate change, our societies are struggling to change their consumption patterns. So some people are imagining solutions based on the capture of atmospheric CO2. It is by far the cheapest and most effective solution to climate change. The fight for the survival of humanity requires the involvement of all, the polluting countries and the tropical countries that abound and conserve forests for the common good. For the Republic of Congo, my country, considerable efforts are made. The deforestation rate is about 0.06%. Logging has been regulated since 1974 by a forestry code, which was recently revised in 2020. Moreover, in connection with the new themes, this new forestry code provides the numerous provisions related to good forest governance, such as the strengthening of the participation of other stakeholders and the CLIP, the definition of legality, the valorization of wood waste, the institution of the production sharing regime, the REDD+ process and climate change, the broadening of the tax base with the establishment of 2 new taxes, residue tax and occupation tax, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, the maintenance of life on Earth depends on the existence of the forest, whose preservation has become today an imperative on a global scale. Although being among the least polluting countries, in the Republic of Congo, my country, the political will in terms of protection and sustainable use of forests has been affirmed since the beginning of the 2000s, with the institution of systemic management of forests throughout the national territory. Thus, the sustainable management of forest concessions has become an obligation in the exploitation of forest resources in Congo. To date, the Republic of Congo has 56.63% of its forests managed out of all allocated forest concessions and 46.89% of its forests certified FSC and OLB. The goal is to reach 100% of managed forest concessions by 2025. The Republic of Congo also supports its efforts to sequester carbon and save forests through the implementation of a fast afforestation and reforestation program that aims to develop forest and agroforestry plantation on 1 million hectares since November 2011. All these efforts need to be recognized by the international community. Indeed, our populations, who are the first conservators of nature, do not benefit from payment from environmental services, or PES. The numerous funds dry up in studies and procedures so that only a tiny part reaches the real participants. This is why I'm calling for a paradigm shift so that our populations really benefit from these funds, because to do otherwise would be suicidal for the entire planet. The planet needs us. Let's join our efforts to save it. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Madam Rosalie Matondo from Republic of Congo. She's supposed to be here with us, but she has left 2 days ago, back to her country. But yeah, actually there was a plan from Minister from Guyana as well to join with us in this COP27, but I mean their team is only available last week, so not possible to join with us from Guyana. As well as we just received information from His Excellency Mr. Jules Doret Ndongo, Minister of Forest and Wildlife Cameroon. His Director of Forest Cameroon, Anicet Ngomin, mentioned about this as the Cameroon Minister apologies for not coming because he has a conflict of agenda. As the President in charge of COMIFEC, he is due to speak later in the segment of Minister and Organization. He is now actually presently in the Nefertiti room. In this respect, he regrets to let you know that he unfortunately cannot honor the appointment of concerning your side event with coincident with the minister's segment. He wishes to reassure his minister counterpart that he is interested in discussing, even in other circumstances, with Indonesian side because of the many challenges and realities that our countries share, particularly in terms of forest management and forest governance across the traceability of timber within the framework of Flexi VPA. So we get the support from Ghana. We have a support from Madame Rosalie from Republic of Congo. We get the support from Ministry of Forest and Wildlife from Cameroon. Now we are going to invite Honorable colleagues Harrison Conway, the Chairman of Liberia Forest Development Authority, to convey his view about this initiative as well as support on this activity. Mr. Harrison, please come up on this stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on the previous protocols so that I don't go beyond my time allotment. Liberia is one of the smallest countries in West Africa, but the largest forest country in the sub-region with over 6.6 million hectares of intact forests. We were sanctioned in 2003 by the United Nations when timber proceeds was fueling the war in our country. In order for that sanction to be lifted, we were required to do a thorough regulatory and legal reforms. That led to the promulgation and passage of the National Forestry Reform Law of 2006, and the cancellation of all pre-war forestry concessions. That kind of situation means that our people lost employment, our government lost revenue, investors could have taken us to court, and so Liberia knows what it means when your produce cannot be sold on the international market. In 2009, we signed the voluntary partnership agreement with Europe. The implementation has been ongoing, tremendous progress made. Liberia is probably in line after Ghana to join Indonesia in issuing FLECT license. The question is, will the FLECT license be accepted by other markets outside of the EU and the United Kingdom? What happens to the United States? What happens to China, Japan, Australia, and other markets across the world? So this meeting became necessary. Liberia participated fully to ensure that the question is answered. What happened to our produce outside of the United Kingdom and the EU? For this reason, we assembled many times, the latest of which was in September in London, to promulgate this statement that will be issued today. The FLECT license will pave way to timber coming from recognized timber legality assurance systems. However, producer countries, we have been developing national systems and call for these to be widely recognized, including markets beyond the EU and the United Kingdom. There is general agreement that further effort must be made to ensure that the national systems achieve full international market recognition. In view of the foregoing, Liberia supports the joint statement seeking broader market recognition of national verification systems as will be issued today by the coalition of governments, private sector, and civil society representatives from tropical timber producer countries. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison, Honorable Harrison Karman, from the chairperson of Liberia Forestry Department Authority, which is at the same level of ministry in Liberia, which is in charge of the FLECT VPA in the country. So we already have Ghana, Cameroon, Guyana, Liberia, Republic of Congo, 6 of country which is working together toward the broader market recognition. But now we have a representative from Gabon, supposed to be His Excellency Mr. Lee White, Minister of Water, Forest, Sea, Environment and Climate Change, to join this initiative. But because he has to go on the direction, which is the negotiation in the other part of this COP27, his representative, Mr. Gislo Mosavdu, is going to present on behalf of him from perspective from Republic of Gabon. Please, Mr. Gislo Mosavdu.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to apologize on behalf of my minister, Professor Lee White, that is negotiating. And Gabon is one of the most high forests and low deforestation country. When you are in France or you are in Los Angeles, and you have a table made from wood from tropical timber, you have the consumer that is thinking, oh, this timber should have been responsible for deforestation somewhere in Indonesia, somewhere in Gabon, somewhere in Cameroon. This timber should have been responsible for not respecting local communities' rights, maybe also reducing biodiversity. This is what the international market thinks about tropical timber, and we are suffering from that. But it's not the truth. For example, Gabon. As I said, Gabon is one of the most high forest and low deforestation country. We have a rate of 0.0% per year of deforestation. We work with a forest law that is very constrained. We cut just 2 to 3 trees per hectare every 25 years in our forest. And Gabon did a lot of effort since today. In 2010, President Bongo in Gabon decided to ban exportation of non-processed wood because the add value for Gabon was not what we were expecting. I know that countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, they are a good, strong wood industry. So we decided to take that way. In 2011, we created the Gabonese Agency for Earth Observation to improve the surveillance of the forest and to improve the combat on illegal logging. In 2015, we established the National Land Use Plan to have a national policy that allows Gabon to better manage the land use globally, including forest. In 2018, President Bongo decided that all forest concessions in the country have to be certified. And since 2 years, we are working on innovative tools that are just implementing all the policies and decisions I've been talking about. We decided to establish what we call an e-governance system. This e-governance system in Gabon it's like a digitalization of how procedures to make more transparency the governance of forests. It includes traceability. We are about to publish the system of traceability, the digital system of traceability. We are about to start the e-administration system that will allow all procedures to be available online and to reduce the time for proceeding and also to enhance transparency. Then everybody will be able to check online the legality database that we are also building. All documents will be available online. So markets, partners, everybody can check the legality, the traceability. And at this moment, we think normally we will improve the credibility of our governance. What is our expectation is to have a label that we call the Gabon, Bois du Gabon in French, that is the Gabon wood label. This label means the wood we are producing is legal, is traceable, is certified. It is positive for social. When you come in Gabon, you go to visit local communities, and you can observe that they are benefiting from the industry of wood. It is positive for climate because Gabon is sequestering more than 100 million tons of carbon, of CO2. As you know, last week we just validated the accreditation of our credit of carbon. And our wood is also positive for biodiversity. This year, we had the last census of elephants in our forest. 10 years ago, we had 60,000 elephants in our forest in Gabon. Gabon is the last den of elephants in Africa and Central Africa. 10 years ago, 60,000. And this year, the last census, we have 95,000 elephants. Most of them are in forest concession. That means the table you have made from the wood from Gabon is not reducing biodiversity. Because of the good management policies we have more elephants in our forest concession. So this idea, they have in the international market that tropical timber is not good for climate, is not good for local population, is not good for biodiversity. It's false about Gabon. But it is like that. So the initiative from Indonesia is well for us. We need to have such initiative to tell to the international market and international partners to make more value of our timber and to accept all efforts we are doing. Gabon is so interesting on that partnership. We are engaged on many partnerships at local level, at regional level. We have a lot of initiative in Central Africa, like the Regional Forest Commission. We have the Congo Basin Forest Partnership. We are now engaged with other countries in an alliance on the conservation of rainforest. And then it is interesting for Gabon to be aligned with other countries in that issue of market recognition of our wood value. So on behalf of my country and my minister, I just want to say you that we are working on that side. We are doing a lot of efforts in Gabon, and our expectation is to be recognized. We didn't have seen the flagged partnership since today because Gabon think that we did a lot, we are doing a lot. So we need a B2B partnership with Europe, with Americas, and other continents to recognize our efforts. And we are on that way. We think with this initiative from Indonesia that this initiative will push what we are doing now. Last thing I want to say is learning from your experience with the Indonesian timber legality and traceability insurance system, we are on the same way. We are building the same, and will be interesting to collaborate with you to go to the end of that initiative we are already. So as you can see, our objective is to have, like you, a certificate at the end. We don't work under the flag, but it is a national initiative, and we hope under that new alliance we will have the success that we are expecting. So thank you very much for this opportunity. You can consider that Gabon is already on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gislo Mozadu, for the speech, as well as from perspective from Gabon, which is supporting this initiative. So I think we already have all of the speakers from Indonesia, Ghana, Cameroon, Guyana, not here, but Liberia and Republic of Congo, and now Gabon are on board with this initiative. So the idea of broader market recognition has started in COP26, announced at Pavilion Indonesia in Glasgow. It is continue with a lot of progress, and 6 timber producing countries are proposing, and later on Gabon is joining the joint declaration of broader market recognition to national system, which is launched at Pavilion Indonesia in this COP27 Sharm El Sheikh. There is a sense of urgency that this declaration word need to be moved into action for broader market recognition to recognize with the strength of the FLEGT process what it takes mean for international mechanism deliver broader market recognition of national system. As mentioned by Pak Alu, High Excellency Vice Minister, Indonesia lead by example, as well as it will be great to have a next meeting to be arranged possibly in Indonesia for next year, and we do hope all that it's going to be progress and reported in the next COP28 next year, the progress. Here, I think before ending this session, because this session is actually not setting with question and answer, we are going to close this session with to memorable this important milestone. We would like to ask the presenters to come up to the stage to take a picture together, as well as there is a appreciation, a small token from Indonesian government for delegate, I think here, Mr. Honorable Harrison, as well as Mr. Gislo Mozadu, to come up here on the stage to get the small token from Indonesian government given by Pak DJ, Pak Agus Justianso. And after that, we are going to take a picture together with all presenter to memorable this event. So please, Pak Agus Justianto, please to come up to the stage, and Honorable Harrison to take some of the point, and then as well as on the back we have speakers. I think, can we? I would like to ask Pak Chris as well to come up, and myself. I think I would like to ask maybe colleagues to give the token to Pak Agus, Pak DJ, to Honorable, please. Sorry for those in the virtual is not yet there. It's okay, yes. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for the participation. So see you next year.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was the event, and we are going to have a break, and we will start our next session by 10 past 2. So it's quite a long break. We will be talking about the Kampar Peninsula Kerumutan Ecosystem Restoration Initiative with the follow net-sing approach. See you later.
adalah tentu siak hijau bagaimana meningkatkan kualitas lingkungan hidup dengan kerja keras, dengan bagaimana ekosistem Semenanjung Kampar ini bisa dijadikan dalam upaya kita pembangunan rendah karbon dan mengurangi emisi menuju net zero emission. Nah, di sana sudah ada di Kabupaten Siak dalam bentuk hutan desa, yaitu di desa Teluk Lanus lebih kurang 3.500 hektar dan di Rawa Mekarjaya seluas 3.300 hektar. Di antara dua desa ini ada dalam bentuk dicadangkan dalam bentuk hutan adat sekitar 18.000 hektar. Nah, kemudian juga dalam bentuk perhutanan sosial lainnya total semuanya 34.000 hektar. Nah, 34.000 hektar ini siap ya menjadi model dan demonstrasi untuk perdagangan karbon dunia. Nah, tentu juga kami akan memperkuat fasilitasi wilayah kelola masyarakat ini dalam bentuk perhutanan sosial ya tadi dalam bagaimana kita mengurangi emisi. Nah, asalnya dukungan para pihak sangat diharapkan. Pemkab Siak berkomitmen mendukung komitmen kebijakan nasional untuk pengurangan emisi dan tentu bagaimana penurunan karbon dan sangat terbuka tentunya untuk berkolaborasi dan dukungan para pihak menjadi penting bagi pembangunan rendah karbon mengurangi emisi di Semenanjung Kampar. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Pak Bupati. And if I can re-emphasize Pak Bupati message was all about collaboration in the future to make the activities or the ambition to reduce emission at Siak district to be visible. So for the next one, the second keynote, I would like to ask Haji Zukri Misra, the region of the Pelalawan district. So Pak Bupati Zukri, he was born in 1979. The Pak Bupati is an active politician. He has been a member of the Provincial Parliament in Riau from 2009 until 2019. And he was elected as Vice Chairman of the Parliament of Riau Province from 2019 until 2020. So since 2021, he will serve as the region of the district Pelalawan until 2024. And now he will say something about the volume netching approach in Pelalawan district. Pak Zukri, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours. Silakan, Pak.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Nice to meet you all, the half lover. Okay, my name is Zukri, the region of Pelalawan district. I want to invite you to watch my video. Please, my video.
Pelalawan Regency is part of the Riau province, which is located on the island of Sumatra. Pelalawan has a carbon contributing forest area for the world, which we call the carbon donation, namely the Kampar Peninsula, with an area of 743,000 hectares, and the Kerumutan Wildlife Sanctuary with an area of 192,000 hectares. The Kampar Peninsula ecosystem and the Kerumutan Wildlife Sanctuary play an active role in the absorption of 109 million tons of carbon dioxide, equivalent to 22.33% of the national emission reduction target. This area has a wealth of biodiversity in the form of 58 types of flora and 82 types of fauna, such as punak, meranti, kempas, bintangur, Sumatran tiger, Asian snakehead bird, golden arowana fish, shonamaru, and various other types. Between these two areas, which are separated by the Kampar River, there is a unique natural phenomenon that has been recognized by the world, namely the Ombak Bono Tujuh Hantu, or it called as Bono, the wave of seven ghosts, where people can surf the river for more than an hour. The government of Pelalawan Regency is committed to build sustainable infrastructure that is environmentally sustainable. We named it the Sejuk Pelalawan Program. To realize this program, we will do several things to support this program. First, maintaining the current remaining natural forest of around 300,000 hectares. Second, restoration in degraded forest areas around 23,000 hectares, with the movement planting 1 million trees on critical land, and on the banks of rivers, planting fruit trees along the eastern causeway and people's house yards. Third, acceleration of achievement and management of social forestry in the Kampar and Kerumutan Peninsula ecosystems. The total potential of this is 21,000 hectares, with a natural forest cover of 8,000 hectares, as emission reduction and economic improvement. Fourth, completion of oil palm in an area of 25,000 hectares by collecting data on community plantations in forest areas in accordance with the work of the copyright law. Fifth, land clearing program. By providing assistance in the form of subsidizing heavy equipment and making it free for the poor. This is intended so that people do not burn the forest. By maintaining the environmental ecosystem, the community can enjoy the natural beauty, commonly known as ecotourism, and the community can take benefits in the form of non-timber forest products and for the fishermen who catch the fish.
Okay, thank you for watching my video. Saya ingin sampaikan pada seluruh peserta konvensi. Yang pertama, we must love our heart. We must love heart. Kita harus mencintai bumi, karena ini bentuk keyakinan. Saya ingin sampaikan begini, tolong. Mencintai bumi bentuk keyakinan iman kepada Tuhan.
So if I may help to translate, so Pak Bupati wants to give a message that the first most important thing is that we all need to love the earth, because this is the form of our faith to God. Silakan.
Karena kalau orang mencintai bumi, kita mencintai Tuhan, dia meyakini ada Tuhan, bentuk keimanan. Kalau dia meyakini Tuhan, maka dia harus mencintai semua ciptaan Tuhan. Dan seluruh ciptaan Tuhan, salah satunya adalah alam bumi yang ada diciptakan Tuhan dengan seluruh isi-isinya. Seluruh konten yang ada di bumi itu sendiri. The heart content, jadi harus kita cintai, maka mencintai alam, mencintai manusia. Sama dengan mencintai manusia, sama dengan mencintai flora dan fauna.
Okay, so because why is it important? Because when you in God, then you will also love the earth, the humans, and the biodiversity within it. So the form of loving your environment is an act of.
And I say we give what 1 million carbon every year, every year 1 million carbon to what? From Kampar Pavilion and kerumutan. Pertanyaannya hari ini bahwa Semenanjung Kampar dan kerumutan everyone akan terjadi pengurangan. Setiap tahun akan terjadi pengurusan. Maka yang dibutuhkan hari ini adalah auto commit, auto sinergi, auto kolaborasi to care Kampar Pavilion and kerumutan.
Yeah, so was from the programs that the government has done at the Kampar district through planting and others, there's a potential to reduce the carbon for about 1 million tons. So this is what's happening on the ground, and he will hope that through more collaboration in the future, we can have more and more impact and activity on the ground to continue the good progress.
We have what have care with Kampar Pavilion and kerumutan. Kami membutuhkan teman-teman dunia untuk membantu menjaga bagaimana Semenanjung Kampar dan Sungai Kerumutan bisa berkelanjutan, bisa terjaga, dan itu kami sangat butuhkan. Hari ini kami bekerja sendiri. Kami ingin sampaikan bahwa kami mengalami banyak problem untuk menjaga ini. Karena ini menjadi salah satu paru-paru dunia, 22,3% dari penyerapan karbon nasional berada di dua landscape ini. Maka kami membutuhkan sekali bantuan dari teman-teman di seluruh dunia untuk menjaga ini bersama-sama.
Saya translate dulu, Pak. So you all have seen the movies and you see how beautiful and how precious is the Kampar Peninsula, and what Pak Bupati hope is for collaboration in the future, because the district now is working by themselves independently, and so collaboration he called for international collaborations and cooperation to continue this program alive, and also the potential of contribution for emission reduction through saving the Kampar is very significant. It's about 20% of the national contribution of Indonesia.
Kita harus menyelamatkan 58 pelora, 38 jenis burung, dan 44 jenis ikan yang berada di dua landscape ini.
So it's a mega biodiversity. We have 58 flora. We have more than 30 of species of animals also. So we need to collaborate to preserve this mega diversity.
Kita mengalami problem untuk menjaga ini. Kita menghadapi problem untuk menjaga bagaimana ini berkelanjutan, bagaimana ini bisa lestari, bisa terjaga. Salah satunya adalah masih tingginya di illegal logging. Illegal logging terjadi. Ini menjadi problem. Yang kita pikirkan adalah bagaimana supaya ini tidak terjadi. Illegal logging bisa jadi karena bicara kesejahteraan. Maka kita memiliki konsep bahwa alam harus mensejahterakan rakyat, harus mensejahterakan manusia. Maka ini yang harus kita pikirkan. Kami memikirkan supaya rakyat mensejahterakan, alam mensejahterakan rakyat. Maka kami berpikir jalan yang paling efektif untuk menjaga seluruh hutan ini adalah hutan-hutan ini harus kita jadikan menjadi ekowisata. Menjadi ekowisata. Ekowisata adalah solution to care the Semenanjung, di Kampar Pavilion and kerumutan. But the problem, we have no money. We have no lot money. We can having for U-Haul the the heart lover.
Okay, Pak. Jadi, we still have challenges in the district. So there still is illegal loggings, and one of the causes of the illegal logging was the welfare of the communities. So what really important now is how to make sure the nature will also provide a welfare to the communities surround the forest. So this is a thing that we want to do. One of the idea at the moment is ecotourism and other types of activities that can really brings welfare to the communities. But of course, it will require a lot of investment, and of course each government will have its own limitation to push as fast as it goes for promoting a new livelihood for the communities.
Kita berharap masyarakat bersama-sama menjaganya, karena di Riau, in Pelalawan, bahwa hutan-hutan hari ini menjadi sarana untuk masyarakat untuk menanam sawit. Ini problem. Bagi masyarakat ada tanah, maka equal in line with palm oil. Palm oil. We must stop it. Kita harus hentikan supaya orang tidak menanam itu, dan saya pikir, I think solution this problem, this landscape must be eco wisata, ecotourism, must be ecotourism. This landscape must be ecotourism. This solution from illegal logging or use it the landscape to palm oil community. Teman-teman semua, kami juga ingin menyampaikan how to commit pemerintah Pelalawan. The Pelalawan district, we are commit to cool Pelalawan. Pelalawan sejuk, atau tagline sedekah oksigen. Ustadz, we have a tagline sedekah oksigen. Until 2024 kita akan menanam 1 juta pohon.
Oke, Pak.
1 juta pohon akan kita tanam, bentuk komitmen kita ingin menjaga bumi dan mencintai bumi. Karena kita yakin dalam satu tanaman yang kita tanam akan menghidupi, membantu banyak orang, dan kami yakin itu bentuk sedekah.
Okay.
Maka bisa jadi mungkin satu batang pohon yang ditanam oleh manusia yang akan mengantarkan besok dia akan masuk surga.
Saya dulu, Pak. So one of the other issues is also the encroachment of unsustainable commodities such as palm oil or others that carried in unsustainable ways that encroaching the forest. So what going to happen now and in the future is a commitment to conserve the forest. One of it will be ecotourism, but of course other measures are open for more collaboration in the futures. And also the Bupati or the head of the region are committed to conserve the forest, and also will do ambitious planting project. He have ambition to plant about 1 million trees within the region to, for the environment, and he believed that everyone should do this, because when you plant trees, it's not just giving trees in the ground, but also it gives you it's a good deeds for you. It will give you more pahala, ya Pak. It will give you pahala. It will give you good deeds to go beyond after.
Ya, terima kasih. Kami mengajak kita semua bantu Riau, bantu Pelalawan, bantu Siak to care Kampar Pavilion and Kerumutan. Having has to care the Kampar Pavilion and SM Kerumutan, maka kami juga ingin sampaikan di sini di konvensi ini juga kami ingin sampaikan, kami akan peduli ingin menjadikan dua landscape ini menjadi ecotourism. Ekoturism lah yang akan menyelamatkan dua landscape ini. Karena landscape ini cukup luas, tidak akan mungkin bisa dijaga oleh manusia. Dan menjaganya cuman manusia itu sendiri yang punya kepedulian terhadap landscape ini. Dan cara menjaganya menjadikan orang-orang yang ada tinggal di situ merasa memiliki dengan menjadikan landscape ini menjadi sebuah wisata baru dan wisata ecotourism, international ecotourism and Riau the next time. Thank you for all dan good afternoon. Kami sangat membutuhkan kita semua untuk menyelamatkan Semenanjung Kampar dan SM Kerumutan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Bupati. So just to recap on the last comment, so Pak Bupati is really hoping for collaboration in the futures, and one of the measures that he believed to support the ecosystem will be through ecotourism, and he would like to invite you all to visit Indonesia and hopefully can visit the Kampar Peninsula in the future. So that's from Pak Zukri from the Pelalawan district. So after the second keynote, we would like to ask for the panelists so to give a comment. The first one will be Pak Riko Kurniawan. Pak Riko is the director of Yayasan Paradigma. He's born in Dumai, Riau, Sumatra Island, with economy as his education background. But Pak Riko was the executive director of WALHI, or affiliate of Friends of the Earth of Indonesia, in Riau from 2013 until 2020. At the moment, Pak Riko is the director of Paradigma Foundation. So Pak Riko, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Atta. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, audien. Yang kami hormati Pak Bupati Pelalawan dan Mbak Bupati Siak yang hadir di tengah kita, dan Bapak Ibu yang hadir di pertemuan sore hari ini. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami Koalisi Masyarakat Sipil mendorong penyelamatan dan restorasi Semenanjung Kampar dan Kerumutan dalam pendekatan hulu. Next. Tadi seperti yang kita lihat tadi dari video dan sebagainya, kawasan Semenanjung Kampar dan Kerumutan yang berada di Provinsi Riau merupakan salah satu landscape yang terbesar hutan lahan gambutnya di Indonesia. Ada total areal sekitar 1,3 juta hektar landscape Kerumutan dan Semenanjung Kampar. Di dalam landscape itu terdapat 1 taman nasional, 2 suaka marga satwa, dan beberapa konsesi dan wilayah masyarakat yang berada di landscape Semenanjung Kampar dan Kerumutan. Nah, landscape ini merupakan salah satu landscape hamparan gambut yang terluas yang masih tersisa di Riau, dan menjadi penting bagi kita untuk bagaimana melakukan restorasi dan pemulihan ekosistem di dalam pencapaian volume net sink yang saat ini dicanangkan oleh pemerintah Indonesia untuk pencapaian penyerapan emisi bersih di sektor hutan dan lahan di tahun 2030 nanti. Dan kawasan ini merupakan kawasan potensi yang sangat besar karena gambut terdalam yang berada di Indonesia terdapat di situ, dan hampir terdapat luasan sisa hutan alam itu sekitar 607.000 hektar lebih, dan sisanya berupa APL dan juga beberapa konsesi dan sebagainya. Dan mengapa unik konsesi ini kita dorong, mengapa unik landscape ini kita dorong? karena memang landscape ini bisa menjadi potret nyata bagaimana upaya masyarakat, pemerintah nasional, pemerintah daerah, dan juga bisnis berkomitmen di dalam penyelamatan sisa hutan gambut yang berada di situ. Karena hampir tadi saya bilang tadi, ada taman nasional, Soka Marga Satwa, ada konsesi, ada wilayah masyarakat yang berada di dua landscape. Lanjut. Nah, landscape ini di samping tadi kita bicara gambut, suaka kawasan kerumutan dan semen kampar merupakan mega diversity yang terluas yang berada di Indonesia salah satunya, dan merupakan juga rumah harimau Sumatera yang masih banyak tersebar di Sumatera, itu berada di semen kampar dan kerumutan. Begitu juga spesies flora, burung dan fauna yang berada di situ. Lanjut. Next. Nah, implementasi VOLU merupakan pencapaian yang cukup pragmatis dan possible untuk bagaimana mendukung penyerapan emisi bersih di dua landscape ini bisa dilakukan untuk mencapai target penurunan emisi dari Indonesia di dalam volume yang berada di sektor hutan dan lahan. Lanjut. Nah, tadi Pak Bupati, Siak dan Pahlawan sudah menyampaikan komitmen dan kebijakan mereka di dalam bagaimana memastikan dua landscape ini terjaga dan arah pembangunan yang berkelanjutan. Dan kebijakan Bupati ini merupakan salah satu syarat penting juga pencapaian VOLU net sink itu bisa dimulai. Artinya dua komitmen kabupaten menjadi langkah maju di dalam pencapaian implementasi VOLU di Semenanjung Kampar dan Kerumutan. Lanjut. Nah, kita juga memastikan sisa hutan alam yang tersisa seluas 652.000 hektar itu harus terus dijaga baik oleh masyarakat, konsesi maupun kebijakan pemerintah daerah dan nasional. Artinya di dalam landscape ini sebagian besar itu berada izin-izin konsesi yang masih berstatus hutan alam. Artinya komitmen bisnis juga menjadi penting bagaimana dalam pencapaian VOLU ini dalam dukungan dan implementasi kebijakan di bisnis untuk melakukan penyelamatan hutan alam yang tersisa di areal konsesi mereka. Begitu juga dengan Taman Nasional, SM, itu bagaimana dipastikan manajemen dan tata kelola kawasan konservasi ini terus dijaga, dan wilayah-wilayah yang berada di masyarakat untuk memastikan tata kelola yang lebih baik, karena juga landscape ini cukup unik karena itu berada di wilayah gambut. Gambut itu merupakan ekosistem yang rapuh. Jika itu terganggu, itu akan berimpact satu sama lainnya di dalam satu kesatuan. Lanjut. Terus kita juga mendorong adanya restorasi wilayah-wilayah yang rusak di masa lalu untuk memastikan penambahan penyerapan emisi, dengan salah satu upayanya misalnya wilayah-wilayah yang rusak yang target yang akan kita lakukan itu seluas hampir 63.000 hektar wilayah-wilayah yang rusak di masa lalu untuk dipulihkan melalui berbagai upaya untuk pemulihan ekosistem gambut di sana. Lanjut. Terus memastikan juga tata kelola keterlanjutan sawit di dalam kawasan hutan. Nah, saat ini pemerintah Indonesia sedang mendorong kebijakan Cipta Kerja untuk penyelesaian sengketa sawit di dalam kawasan hutan. Dan wilayah-wilayah yang berada sawit di dalam kawasan hutan di dua landscape ini ada sekitar 44.000 hektar untuk memastikan kepastian hukum dan tata kelola ke depan untuk penyelesaian sawit di dua landscape tadi. Lanjut. Terus alokasi perhutanan sosial di dua landscape ini mendesak didorong untuk memastikan keterlibatan masyarakat di dalam menjaga dan mengelola hutan untuk ditingkatkan. Potensi perhutanan sosial di situ ada sekitar hampir 200.000 hektar potensi perhutanan sosial, di mana kondisinya adanya sebagian masih berhutan dan ada juga yang tidak berhutan di dalam konsesi itu. Dan lanjut. Oke. Konklusinya, bagaimana keterlibatan para pihak bisnis, pemerintah daerah, nasional, dan masyarakat di dalam memastikan pencapaian restorasi dan pemulihan ekosistem Sungai Kampar ini mendesak untuk dilakukan sebagai arah pencapaian target pemerintah Indonesia di dalam pencapaian volume net sink di 2030. Dalam potensi hutan yang tersisa, catatan kami menunjukkan kontribusi dua landscape ini di dalam penyerapan emisi itu sebesar 22% lebih dari hutan yang tersisa. Dan jika ini terus ditingkatkan, tentu potensi penyerapan emisi dan pencapaian target volume net sink di Riau untuk pencapaian secara nasional itu kontribusinya cukup signifikan besar. Dan ke depan landscape ini juga masih dalam kondisi yang sangat bagus dan butuh penanganan sedikit untuk memastikan pemulihan agar target 1,3 juta hektar dari dua landscape ini menjadi kontribusi Riau di dalam penurunan emisi melalui solusi volume net sink. Mungkin itu yang kami sampaikan, semoga Bapak Ibu memahami. Sorry, I'm jam bahasa, not good English. Mudah-mudahan presentasi ini bisa menjadi langkah awal dari Riau untuk solusi global. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Rico. So, just to reemphasize our conclusion, collaboration between multiple stakeholders will be needed, and it's a good investment to work together in Riau because it will contribute significantly to the achievement of the Indonesia ambition to meet with the NDC or the nationally determined contribution. So to all of you in this room, there are several of you are private sectors and others. So it was hoped that collaboration can be made together with the government and civil society to reach this goal. So the next one we will have, the next panelist we will have is Bu Nur Hidayati. So Bu Yaya, sadly she cannot attend in this event. She will go through video on this in this occasion. So Bu Yaya, she is a consultant for CLUA, Climate and Land Use Alliance, an alliance of philanthropy. Bu Yaya she has an extensive experience working with civil society organization. Before working with the CLUA, she was the National Executive Director of WALHI, or the Indonesian Forum for Environment, affiliation of the Friends of the Earth, for the period of 2016 until 2021. Sadly, at the moment, because of G20, Bu Yaya has to attend a dinner in Jakarta, but she already sent us a video. So please, the committee can play.
Selamat siang, Ibu dan Bapak sekalian. Terima kasih kepada para penyelenggara yang telah mengundang Climate and Land Use Alliance pada forum yang penting ini. Kami mohon maaf tidak bisa menghadiri acara ini secara langsung dikarenakan satu dan lain hal. Yang terhormat Bupati Siak, Bapak M. Alfredi, Yang terhormat Bupati Pelalawan, Bapak Sukri Misra. Yang terhormat Ketua LPLH SDA Majelis Ulama Indonesia, Bapak Hayu Prabowo. Yang terhormat Direktur Paradigma, Bapak Riko Kurniawan. Yang terhormat Bapak Arta dari Mandala Katalika. Perkenalkan, nama saya Nur Hidayati, konsultan untuk Indonesia Inisiatif dari Climate and Land Use Alliance atau CLUA, yaitu suatu aliansi kerjasama lembaga filantropi yang mendukung upaya-upaya untuk mewujudkan potensi hutan serta pemanfaatan lahan yang berkelanjutan sebagai solusi perubahan iklim, memberikan manfaat kepada masyarakat, dan melindungi lingkungan hidup. CLUA mendukung masyarakat sipil antara lain di Brazil, Kolombia, Meksiko, dan Indonesia. Sebagai aliansi lembaga filantropi, CLUA percaya bahwa dukungan pendanaan dari CLUA dapat sejalan dan saling melengkapi dengan pendanaan-pendanaan serta upaya-upaya pemerintah di dalam mengatasi perubahan iklim. Komitmen-komitmen yang disampaikan di ruangan ini serta di forum-forum lainnya untuk memperkuat kolaborasi antara donor, kementerian dan lembaga di Indonesia, serta sektor swasta, menunjukkan bahwa kita akan bisa melakukan lebih banyak hal secara bersama-sama. Dalam komitmennya, pemerintah Indonesia telah menunjukkan keterkaitan erat antara masyarakat, lingkungan hidup, dan iklim. Dalam hal program perhutanan sosial, misalnya, pemerintah memiliki target 12,7 juta hektar hutan untuk dapat dikelola oleh masyarakat lokal dan masyarakat adat. Pemerintah Indonesia juga telah memaparkan strategi untuk mencapai net sink dari sektor hutan dan lahan atau VOLU di tahun 2030 yang disampaikan oleh Menteri Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan di pertengahan tahun 2022 ini. Inisiatif yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah Kabupaten Siak dan Kabupaten Pelalawan yang didukung oleh organisasi masyarakat sipil untuk menjadikan Semenanjung Kampar Kerumutan sebagai
forest for land clearing. But currently, because of, next slide please, because of this pitland canalization, because of we drain out the middle area of the pitland. So next slide shows the water level currently the same level as the river, and the pitland in the middle is prone to the fire. Once the people make a fire for the food crops in the side of the river, then the fire will spread out throughout this pitland. Next slide, please. Next slide. This show how people, because of this thick vegetation during the before the planting the crops, people need to fire this one, because to clear out the land and they can plant the rice. But the issue is that because of this practice, the fire is spread out throughout the forest area. So because of that issue, Majelis Ulama Indonesia produced a fatwa. There are numerous laws and regulations to cope with forest fire, but the continuous catastrophic events has brought about the question about Sharia law on the act of the burning forest, as Indonesia society comprises civil or forbidden. So this Majelis Ulama Indonesia, at the time we come into the area and see, by ourselves how this practice is done and why this happening. So this fatwa called upon that the burning of forests and land that can cause damage, pollution, harm to other person, adverse health effects, other harmful effects is religiously forbidden or haram. And secondly, that facilitating, allowing, and or deriving benefit from the burning of forests and land as referred to item number 1 is religiously forbidden or haram. So this fatwa is very powerful. Next slide, please. The support from the head of the Ulama Council of Indonesia, and currently is the Vice President of Republik Indonesia. Tolong diklik deh videonya. Videonya diklik atau next diklik. Oh, nggak ada suaranya ya? Oh, this should be sound, but it's not. So he's the head of Ulama Council of Indonesia. They're supporting this kind of fatwa. Nggak apa-apa deh, lanjut aja. Next slide, please. Okay, so this fatwa is just a piece of paper. So we make 2 books here, the books of the khutbah and books of the guidance of this pitland. So we have hundreds of da'i or preachers that has been educated, and we work
limited time, so perhaps we will ask the panelists to also give a final remark. Jadi pertanyaan dari Budian, Pak Bupati dan Pak Riko Pahayu, bagaimana persepsi Bapak-Bapak untuk mewujudkan sinergi seperti yang tadi kita bahas tentang Kampariol. Tapi karena waktu, kalau boleh sekaligus jadi statement penutup untuk sesi kita. Silakan Pak Alfredi dulu.
Terima kasih Budian. Seperti yang kami sampaikan tadi bahwa di Kabupaten Siak ada potensi Semenanjung Kampar ini. Nah, gambutnya dengan tutupan lahan kan masih ada 86.000 hektar. Tapi situ kan ada 31.000 hektar Taman Nasional Zamrud. Nah sekarang yang kita mau dorong itu bagaimana nanti ini dalam mendukung kebijakan nasional mewujudkan net zero emission. Ya, kita siap melakukan pemulihan dan restorasi Semenanjung Kampar. Fokusnya di tadi daerah Teluk Lanus, Sarawak, Mekar. Ada perhutanan sosial yang hutan desa, hutan adat sekitar 34.000 hektar. Tapi kan kita bisa sendiri gitu. Ya kelbagan segala macam ada. Juga sebetulnya dukungan juga dari NGO, dari private sektor, tetapi ini kan perlu kolaborasi dan sinergitas dan supporting dari semua pihak, termasuk dunia internasional, pemerintah pusat, ya untuk kita bersama-sama melakukan pemulihan restorasi Semenanjung Kampar dengan pendekatan value nurturing. Kami siap untuk itu, tapi komitmen sudah ada, tolong dukungan. Terima kasih.
Baik, Budian, saya pikir sinergisitas, dan kolaborasi antara pemerintah dan other stakeholder, satu kolaborasinya adalah tentu berbagi tugas untuk menjaga. Ke pemerintah daerah komit itu satu menjaga, yang kedua adalah bagaimana membangun kembali. Yang paling berat adalah dua-duanya berat, menjaga hutan berat dan membangun kembali juga berat. Maka kami kalau di Pelalawan itu Budian, itu satu keluarga, satu rumah itu harus kita wajibkan menanam 10 tanaman. 10 tanaman kita wajibkan untuk menanam 10 tanaman satu rumah. Yang paling berat sekarang adalah menjaga. Semenanjung Kampar termasuk daerah yang sebenarnya agak mudah menjaga karena memang sulit diakses. Di situ ada restorasi ekosistem, ada tasik serkap yang tidak jauh juga dari konsesinya April Group. Dari April Group ada restorasi RE di situ, tasik serkap, dan itu terjaga. Di Pelalawan yang paling berat menjaganya adalah SM Kerumutan. Ini berat menjaganya. Maka saya berpikir begini, bagi masyarakat itu kalau ketemu tanah pikirannya adalah nanam sawit. Itu pikiran masyarakat, ya Pak Alpedri. Masyarakat kalau lihat tanah dia akan tanam sawit karena menurut mereka itu adalah cuan. Maka yang paling penting kami berpikir SM Kerumutan itu yang paling ideal untuk menjaganya adalah dijadikan international ecotourism. Maka apa kolaborasinya, apa sinergisnya? dibutuhkan infrastruktur, dibutuhkan capital, dan yang closing statement saya ingin sampaikan begini. Riau as to contribute to the world, sudah berkontribusi untuk dunia, memberikan karbon, tapi hari ini Riau tidak mendapatkan apa-apa. Riau belum mendapatkan apa-apa. Maka kalau ini mau dijaga, Riau membutuhkan pahlawan siap, membutuhkan dunia memperhatikan. Mari sama-sama karbon yang sudah kita jaga dan kita hasilkan, supaya kita bisa terus menjaga dua landscape ini bisa sustainable dan terus kita pertahankan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bu Dian. Memang kalau yang terakhir kita sampaikan sebenarnya kita hadir di sini dalam suatu situasi yang sama, menghadapi isu perubahan iklim, di mana situasi perubahan iklim merupakan suatu situasi yang pasti akan mengancam keselamatan manusia di bumi ini. Dan Semenanjung Kampar dan kerumutan, kita pikir itu merupakan suatu langkah maju bagaimana dua ekosistem ini, bagaimana komitmen dari bisnis, pemerintah daerah, nasional, dan juga masyarakat dan kalangan masyarakat sipil dalam komitmen pencapaian target penurunan emisi Indonesia di sektor hutan dan lahan melalui Volunetting 2030 memang harus dilakukan. Nah, di Semenanjung Kampar juga landscape ini subjek-subjek yang berada di situ ada bisnis, ada masyarakat, ada kepentingan pemerintah pusat dan daerah, yang kita pikir tiga komitmen dari masyarakat, bisnis, dan pemerintah daerah dalam pencapaian penurunan emisi di sektor hutan dan lahan memang harus dimulai di situ. Nah, kenapa kita pilih Semenanjung Kampar dan kerumutan itu mendesak dilakukan? Karena memang hamparannya masih bagus, sehingga tadi sisa hutan tersisa bisa dijaga, dan seperti kata Pak Sukri tadi, dan juga Pak Bupati Siak, bagaimana yang sudah rusak itu harus kita bantu untuk pemulihan. Nah, sinergisitasnya itulah menjadi kontribusi untuk pencapaian VOLU 2030 melalui landscape ini bisa dimulai dengan cepat. Poin yang disampaikan, kolaboratif ini menjadi mendesak dipentingkan untuk bagaimana pencapaian 2030 di sektor VOLU di Riau ini bisa dilakukan di dua landscape. Terima kasih.
Thank you. So I just want to highlight that the approach is to be three-pronged, which is the government, the business people, and the ulama. Ulama is representing the society. So the society in Islamic culture or Islamic environment, that the ulama is the kind of the one that can be is trusted by the people. So the fatwa provided the law, you know, the ground of the Islamic law, because there is positive law, of course, by government, but this only worldly law, you know. In Islam, we more believe in the afterlife law, which is the God's law. So the fatwa provide the complementary of the positive law. Positive law and moral law will change the behavior of the people. So this is proven by the study, by two dissertations, that the fatwa has proven to be very effective in the Muslim villages. So those kind of I think that's very important, the approach. And the approach of Ulama Council Indonesia is also three, which is firstly we provide the legal ground, the Syariah ground, and secondly we empower the Islamic organization. So the Islamic organization has play important role. And the thirdly is that I saw the Wakaf. So Indonesia is the largest Muslim country. We has about 225 million of Muslim, and we have a potential of $8 billion of a Wakaf that currently not been tapped properly. So actually we have money, but we need to we have some mechanism to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We would like to conclude this event. We're not making any concluding remark here, but extending invitation to all of you to collaborate in us in making the ambition in real, to contribute to the greater good of people, climate, and biodiversity to be achievable. Thank you again for the audience, and thank you for the committee for letting us for the event, and I'll see you all soon.
Thank you very much, distinguished speakers. Enjoyable discussion. I would like to invite all the speakers and the moderator to go to the center of the stage to take some pictures, some photo. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're about to begin our next session immediately. We don't have breaks. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So that was it, and we're going to our next session very shortly. Stay with us.
To who wants to enjoy the next sessions, we are about to begin the next session entitled the Indonesia's achievement on conservation and sustainable management on peatland ecosystem and the Center of Excellence for Forest and Other Land Use, NATSING 2030. Therefore, before we begin, we would like to invite you again to come over to the talk show room and hall and enjoy your snacks while joining our sessions. We are about to begin in 2 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yoga Hadi Prastya, and I come from the Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management, who also assigned as the Master of Ceremony for this afternoon session. Therefore, we are about to start the sessions. The next session in this beautiful afternoon entitled Indonesia Achievement on Conservation and Sustainable Management on Peatland Ecosystem and the Center of Excellence for Forest and Other Land Use, NATSING 2030. Moreover, the session will be moderated by Mr. Nur Adiwardoyo, the Secretary of the Inspectorate General of the Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Mr. Nur Adiwardoyo, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Welcome to this session, special session.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Yeah. So we will have two parts for this session. The first part is presentations and Q&A. The second part is a special one, the launching of the Indonesia Peatland Management Information System. Yeah. And I will allocate 1 hour for presentation and discussion, and 15 minutes for the launching of the Indonesian Peatland Management Information System. So without further ado, I would like to invite the speakers. First one, Ibu Budi Susanti, please come to the podium. The second, Mr. Jahan Zeb Chaudhry from IFAD, please. The third one, Professor Lars Hein, he will join us by virtual, yeah, online, okay? And the next speaker is Pak Iwan Setiawan. Pak Iwan, please. And Ibu Dian. Please, Ibu Dian. So I will allocate up to 10 minutes for each speaker. And so please, we will start with Ibu Budi Susanti from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Director for Peatland Management. Ibu Budi Susanti, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Bapak Moderator. Thank you. We really appreciate you all to be here to join this session for the Indonesian achievement of the Landscape-Based Center of Excellence for Peatland Protection and Management in Indonesia. Next, please. Yeah. Development of landscape-based center of excellence for protection and management of peatland ecosystem, with the background why it is necessary and what is the landscape-based center of excellence, and the landscape-based center of excellence in RUPAT and SMPAE project for GEF 5, and what are the monitoring system, so-called CIMATAC, and the information system for peatland, for protection and management of peatland ecosystem. Next, please. It seems that's okay. So, one of the background, we realized that peatland ecosystem in Indonesia spread from Sumatra, Kalimantan, and also Sulawesi and Papua, with a total PHU 865. And most of all PHU utilized by several activities and several stakeholders. With this reason, we have to work together within the stakeholders in the PHU, because working alone in the PHU, it's cannot be achieved wider for the peatland protection and management. And this is the another breakdown to visualize the composition or the distribution of peatland in Indonesia, with the composition, utilization of the palm oil plantation, forest industrial, and non-concession, including community and also concession conservation area. And 70% of the PHU mostly occupied by non-coverage non-concession holders. Next, and what is the landscape base of Center of Excellence for protection and management of peatland ecosystem in Indonesia. First, landscape base of the Center of Excellence in integrated platform for protection and management of peatland ecosystem in Indonesia from the field to the national and global through the ITPC, South-South collaboration, together with Global Peatland Initiative, G20 countries, and other global collaboration. The landscape base of Center of Excellence, consisting of the knowledge exchange from the multi-stakeholders in the field to the national and global, and integrated restoration, protection and management of peatland ecosystem in the field, as well as network platform for collaboration among stakeholders in peat hydrological unit as a modality for going nationally and globally. It is not only initiated by the government, but also initiated by the other stakeholders, for example, the private sectors that soon we will be present from the Sinarmas and also RAPP concession holders. And the legal document of the protection and management of peatland ecosystem in the term of landscape base of Center of Excellence for protection and management of peatland ecosystem. Some of in the landscape area have been legally documented of the protection and management of peatland ecosystem plan, what we call RPPAG, in short term 5 years, medium term until 2030, and long term until 2050. This is in support This is as a support for the, or as a reference for the contribution of NDC and Volunetsing. And this is the landscape base in the Pulau Rupat PHU. We can see the PHU, pit ecosystem of function divided into the yellow is the cultivation area and the green is the conservation area, and the right side is in the utilization of PHU, Rupat PHU, and left below is the map of water balance that we can see from our system, so-called CPEC. And the right corner in the below, we can see this is the water level currently in the area of PHU Rupat. We can monitor. In this regard, we can see that we have to manage, or we have to have a good water governance, not only under the concession holders in that area, in the Rupat PHU, but also have together, hand in hand, to develop the water governance between the concession holders and the community and other the other stakeholders that having activities in that area. This is the establishment of protection and management plan of peatland ecosystem in Rupat PHU, already kind of legally binding in the district level, that describe detailed commitment every stakeholders in every years, and also in 5 years, or in the first 5 years until the fifth 5 years. And this is the other landscape-based Center of Excellence in SMPI project in the Rio province. We can see several PHU there. That is the basis of the project. sustainable peatland management ecosystem in Indonesia in the supporting donor of GEF Session 5 project. The similar situation, we can see the green and yellow. This is the cultivation and also conservation function of peatland ecosystem, and the right in the corner, upper corner is the utilization of the each PHU in that area. And we can see the right below is the water level in the PHU in which the SMPEI GEF5 project location. And the left below is the status of water level. We can see three color, green, yellow, and blue. Purple, I mean. The purple, just like a blue color, is the flooding area. So the water meet the surface peatland, and the green is comply to the regulation below the 0.5 meter under the surface of peatland, and the yellow one is between 0.4 until 0.8 meter below the surface area. And this is the document in the SMBEI project. We already developed, actually we have 3 peat protection and management plan of peatland ecosystem in Pelalawan district and also district Indragiri Hulu and Indragiri Hilir. And this is the consolidation process in developing the Center of Excellence for protection and management of peatland ecosystem in several areas, as I already mentioned, in the Rupat PHU and also in the SMBEI project, between the university, local government, community, and also private sector to consolidate, to discuss together in terms of restoration of peatland ecosystem in integrated manners in the PHU for rewetting, rehabilitation, and also revegetation, and conduct the monitoring of water level in the integrated way, and scaling up and replication of community direct involvement. And the last is other related activities to the protection and management of peatland ecosystem. So this is the information system that soon will be launched. And then, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Ati. The next speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Jahan Zeb Chowdhury from International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD. You have your time, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the 7th time, not in 1 year, but over the last 7 years, I've been coming to Indonesian Pavilion. There are 3 things that I love about the pavilion. 1, the beauty of the pavilion. The second, food. And third, the generosity of the people. Thank you so much for inviting IFAD. I'm really pleased to be here. And over the next 10 minutes, I'll be taking you through some of the projects that we have been implementing together with the government of Indonesia, and in particular with Ministry of Environment and Forestry. For a decade or so, IFAD has been working on combating peatland fires and haze pollution by fostering sustainable peatland management in Indonesia and the ASEAN region as well. We started this journey with GEF4 funded project, particularly APFP. And building on that, we have prepared and implemented 2 additional GEF projects 5 and 6, and we are in the process of designing Jeff 7. Over the last years, we have invested approximately 170 million US dollars on these very important projects. The beauty of these projects are that they are not isolated projects, but they are connected to other regional projects as well. And by doing this, we are actually trying to deliver on three things: the partnership with some of the key institutions. IFAD on its own will not be able to deliver the impact that we want to see. So we are joining forces with various other different organizations. For example, the ASEAN Secretariat, EU, JEF, GIZ, IUCN. And together, we are doing three things. We are converging the mindsets of best of the class of each of these organizations. We are blending the financing coming from various different organizations, and we are essentially doubling the impact that we can create when it comes to peatland management and restoration. As you already know, when it comes to the NDCs, the government is very ambitious. The government has increased the emission target from 29% as business as usual to 31% over the last 1 year when the new updated NDC was published. But with additional financing, we can actually deliver 43%. And a lot of the emission will actually be contributed by the forestry sector. And IFAD has been working in the forestry sector over 2 decades. And when it comes to the forestry sector, we are looking into fires mitigation and restoration or revegetation. So those are the 2 typical approaches that IFAD is following when it comes to the forestry sector. We have heard about SMPI. It's a flagship project where there has been investment of 4.7 million US dollars from Jeff Grant and $22 million contribution from the government of Indonesia. I want to talk about the impact. And when it comes to impact, what's better to demonstrate impact than picking up some of the numbers? So what are these numbers? The government has developed 13 different regulations for sustainable use of peatland ecosystem, as well as technical guidelines, approximately 10 of them, on peatland management. We not only stayed at the national level, we actually moved at the subnational level and prepared various different provincial and district level action plans. But it is not only just the provincial level action plan. When it comes to implementation, we need to go far beyond. Look at the community-based peatland action plan. So far, we have constructed 313 units of canal blocks. And when it comes to the community livelihoods, these are the numbers that we are seeing. We have provided drinking water around 6,586 people in 3 project villages. We have also, when it comes to the total number of population that have benefited out of it is 7,326. And these numbers speak for themselves. We are creating impact at the national level, subnational level, community level when it comes to planning. But when it comes to implementation, we are actually taking the benefits to the poorest of the poor. So what are the success factors then when we look into this? The key success factors, I would say, is 3 things. The first, the consultation process. We are not restricting ourselves consultation process at the national level, but we are actually bringing it down at the community level. When it comes to connecting the dots, We are looking at the policy level interventions, but actually also connecting it at the local level implementation. And what you will also hear today is the fantastic achievement of the government when it comes to integrated system of monitoring. This is the first time a monitoring system has actually been designed for peatland management. What are the lessons? And this is going to be my last slide. So can we move to the next one? The last one, please. Next one. Next, please. Yes. When it comes to the lessons or the key messages, I want to say three things. One is peatland management can actually reduce emission quite substantially. And this can contribute to the government for the delivery of its NDC achievements. The national, subnational level programming, but behind that programming, it is very important that we ensure the whole of government, the whole of society, the whole of community is involved when it comes to the consultation process. If the community is the ultimate beneficiary of what we want to achieve, it is very important that we bring them from the very onset, bring them from the very beginning of the design process. It's also important that their engagement can deliver maximum impact. So understanding the impact of what the project is going to be delivering is important, and we want to make sure that we are all on the same page. When it comes to the policy level dimensions, it's not only just the decree regulations, but how are they actually related to the action plans, and how the action plans are related to the tangible benefits that the communities can actually receive. So connecting the dots across different dimensions, they are also very important. Finally, the role of donors and international organizations. They have also the responsibility to work together with the government when it comes to capacity building, when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to awareness, and very importantly, when it comes to actual investment. It is by providing the knowledge we can change the attitude, and it is by mobilizing and deploying investment we can change the practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. I would like to acknowledge and recognize the presence of His Excellency Dr. Alu Dohong, the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Thank you, Pak Alu, for joining us. Next, I would like to invite Professor Lars Hein from Wageningen University, the Netherlands. He will join us through the online. Professor Hein, are you ready? Can you hear me?
I am ready. I can hear you. I would like to share my screen.
Yes, okay. So you have your time up to 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
So I assume you can see my screen now. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a real honor to be invited by the government of Indonesia to give this presentation. I will give the presentation also on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Arito Suwarno, also employed by Wageningen University, who is sitting here next to me. And I have only 2 slides. I have a lot to say about peatlands, but I will try to be short in terms of the information on the slides. And the first thing I would like to say that I think most of us are aware that there are major challenges in peat management, not only in Indonesia, but in the whole world, including in my own country, where we're still struggling to find good models, good economic models to use our peatlands also in a sustainable way. So combining sustainability and profitability of peatland, it's a challenge everywhere. And that is because we have traditionally been draining peatlands for agricultural use. And of course, 100, 200 years ago, when the Netherlands started draining its peatland, it was not a problem. There was no issue with climate change. There was not an issue of sea level rise. But now we realize that the models that also we have in the Netherlands are not sustainable anymore. And the problem is, I think most of us know that when you drain peat for agricultural development, It means that your peat soil is exposed to the atmosphere, to oxygen, and since peat mostly consists of organic matter, it means that organic matter in the soil starts to decompose, and so that leads to CO2 emissions, and also it becomes susceptible to fire, and also the fire causes CO2 emission. In addition, of course, to cause. Some estimates say that it's between 5% and 8% of the global CO2 emissions are related to peat. So that is actually quite high. And it's uncertain because for some areas we don't know exactly where the peat is. Some parts of Northern Asia, some parts of Central Africa, we don't even know exactly where the boundaries of the peatlands are. And also we don't know how much of the peat is drained and how much is not drained. So in that sense, the monitoring system that Indonesia has developed and which the previous speakers have alluded to is something very important and something very welcome to better manage peatlands and something that really should be followed up across the world, I would say. We have talked about monitoring, we have talked about drainage, we have talked about peat restoration, but there is one thing which is very important in addition to that, and that is the economic models for using peat. Because, of course, under natural conditions, initially the peatlands were covered by peat forests, also in the Netherlands, also in Indonesia, and where peat has been drained, those forests have disappeared. But when the drainage is stopped, when we do canal blocking, we cannot expect that the peat will go back to a forest condition because there's people that live in the area, people need a livelihood, so we need economic models to give an income to people living there. But that income, of course, needs to be sustainable, so that means no drainage, no CO2 emissions, and no soil subsidence, and no fires, and no smoke, and it needs to be profitable for people. Now, what we've been doing in the last 12 years with many partners in Indonesia and working very closely together with KLHK, with the Ministry for Environment and Forestry, is to look into options for these economic models. We also have a number of other programs, but I think that is one of the main things that we have worked on with our Indonesian partners. And I think it's safe to say that Indonesia really is a world leader here in peatland restoration and also testing these economic models. But at the same time, I should say it is not easy. It's complex to restore peat. Of course, as always with ecosystem restoration, it is better to preserve what you have compared to degrading and then restoring. But we have no choice. We still need to restore those peatlands in combination with having good economic models for that. So there's a few things that we tested. We tested also options that were not as successful in the end, I have to say. We tried, for example, Julutung rubber, which proves actually difficult to turn into a viable economic business. But we have a few options that are potentially very suitable and that have been tested also in different parts of Indonesia, in Sumatra and Kalimantan in particular, with the local stakeholders. And those ones are the ones I would like to briefly allude to in this presentation. So the first of those is sago palm. Now, sago is an indigenous species in Indonesia. You've got actually many different species of sago. And sago is something that can be grown in peat without drainage. But the caveat here is that it can only be grown, as far as we know now, at least in peat that is not deeper than 1.5 meter. So for peat that is less than 1.5 meter deep, sago is potentially a very good economic option. It's very profitable. You're talking about net revenues of 1,000 and more US dollars per hectare per year once the sago is mature. So it is very profitable. Also, the market for sago is very large because the sago can be consumed as a food product. It delivers starch, but also it can be used for bioplastics. And actually in Wageningen, we have also a research program, again, together with our Indonesian partners, also industries in Indonesia, to test how we can produce bioplastics from starch from sago palm. And the first tests are actually very promising, that we've got very good quality bioplastics and also at a very competitive price. So we're working together with companies in Indonesia to bring that forward. The only caveat then with sago palm, in addition to that, the maximum peat depth, is that unfortunately it takes at this point in time still some 8 to 9 years before the sago palm is productive. That is because you harvest the stem of the sago palm. The stem contains 60–70% starch if you've got a good quality sago palm. And that means that the initial 8 years, the companies and the smallholders and the local farmers will not have an income. But of course, we're looking then into intercropping options and to have an income also in those first 8 years. Another possibility would be to combine that with carbon credits, because of course we moved from a drained system that is emitting a lot of CO2. Now we're talking about up to 90 or 100 tons CO2 per hectare per year. In deep drained areas, we move to a system that is not creating any CO2 emissions, actually is sequestering CO2. So in that sense, there is a viable case also to combine that with carbon projects, something that we're also looking into with the ministry and other stakeholders. Then what we have also been looking at, and of course it's not only us that is working on these peat options, so we are in contact with many other organizations that are testing the no drainage agricultural options, and we call that paludiculture. For example, there's projects that are promoting fish farming with Pangasius species, which is very profitable, very productive. It does very well in peat ecosystems. So the fish is really able to thrive in that acidic environment that is given by peat. So water ponds in the peat. And in the picture in the middle that you see there on the bottom of the slide, that is actually a Pangasius farm in Kalimantan, where farmers are actually earning a lot of money with Pangasius farming. So on the left-hand side, you see a sago system. The logs in the water are logs of sago palm, and that are where the local villages are extracting the starch to produce it for either food or for bioplastics. Again, a profitable, well-established system in Sumatra. Of course, there's other options, right? Because then the question remains, what do we do with the deep peat? So there's options to include several forestry species that are growing in deep peat. They are not as profitable as the sago palm, but they still give you fairly good profits. And that, of course, in principle, can be combined also with what we now call carbon farming, so maybe RED projects. So carbon projects, and there it is very encouraging also to see that the Indonesian government has started to open up possibilities for developing such projects in Indonesia. And I'm really sure that will make another big contribution to moving from the current peatland models that are either unsustainable, unprofitable, or so not very profitable and sustainable, meaning that we do reforestation, ecosystem restoration without economic purposes, but then we can move with these combination of factors, we can move to systems where we have both profitable and sustainable systems that are also to the benefit of the local people living in these peatland areas. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much. And of course, I'm very happy to take any questions that there may be.
Yes, thank you, Professor Hein. Next, I would like to invite the speaker representing from our partners from the business. Pak Iwan Setiawan, you have the floor, up to 10 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Minister, Pak Aludohong. Ladies and gentlemen, please, my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity and invitation to join this session. I'm from Sinarmas Forestry. I would like today to explain about what of our program to support for the conservation and sustainable peatland management and Center of Excellence for Value Netting 2030. We would like to present what is our program, and maybe we could working together and make a Center of Excellence for value netting. Next, please. Next, please. This is the program that what we have in our concession is actually we divide into two groups. The first is actually the general effort. It is we are very focused for fire prevention. We have integrated fire management to prevent the peatland fires, and also we have the MPA. It is Desa Makmur Peduli Api. It is village economic empowerment due to the fire prevention. We working on this because we are very concerned about the fire, pit fire, especially because for voluminizing the fire is the most critical things that we need to sorry, and then the next what we are working in the program in pitland management is the one of this is we are identify our pitland topographic map. In now we use the LiDAR system. We map our pitland area not only in concession but also in our surround concession until the other area of pitland, and now we have almost 4.5 million hectares of topographic map by LiDAR, and so this information, of course, we will use as to improve our integrated pitland planning and water management in the landscape. Next. Another our activity what we have done is based on the LiDAR and the topographic, and we understand what the position of our concession. We already retirement of production area in critical pit. So this is what we have done in 2018. We already retire 7,000 hectare in Riau and South Sumatra. Because we identified that actually this is initially is a production area, but after we identify, we review it, it is a critical pitland. So we retire the production area and preserve as a conservation area. We are doing blocking, and of course we not use as a production area anymore. And in this area we are doing research to monitor and find the best technique of rehabilitation after it is retired from the production area. Next. The other program is we also have alternative species research. So we have criteria for native species that we can consider. It is, of course, the first is adapted on pit site, especially after rewetted area condition for cultivation, and then primary species and relatively fast growing, because we are working in production forest, and we produce wood for pulp and paper. So we need to have the species that relatively fast growing. And of course it should be suitable for pulp and paper as a raw material, and the other is preferable in indigenous species. So actually we already have some species like gelam, geronggang, balangeran, and pusmera, and we are working on this research to monitor the growth of these species. Next. For example, this is the condition that we in the before planting for alternative species. So we block all the canal, and then we rewetting the pit area so until the water level is near 0 or until 20, and then this is the area that we the initial condition after, before we planting the alternative species. Next. This is the after 8 months something. This is for gelam. Next, we can show. This is after 4 years. Yeah, we have some sample of this a plot of our plantation. This is for gelam or Melaleuca. Next. Also, this is for geronggang, Cratoxylon arborensis. It is also 4 years. Next. This is for balangeran, Sorea balangeran. It is 3 years old. Next. And that's the research that we still conduct. We still monitor the growth of those species. And the other program is we are have collaboration also with the P3 SECPI, the Center of Research and Development of Socio-Economic Policy and Climate Change. We produce books, 3 books of how to have so the book for strategy and technique how to restore the forest ecosystem in a different type of ecosystem. It is in the mineral soil and then in the peatland and also in the wetland marine clay area. So this is already published, so we can use this book as reference when we have same type of ecosystem like the research that we conduct. Next. Next, I think this is same with similar. Yeah, this is the other what activity in our areas. We collaborate with the community area. So with many stakeholders in the location. So we our project is in Tanjung Leban. It is Bengkalis province in Riau. We identify that actually village area actually after we review with our data LiDAR and topographic, so we understand that the village area have very steep topographic. We can see in the bottom, so the topographic is very steep in the area. So this is very risky for dryness and fire. So we need to intervention to the village. We create the master plan of water management in the village area and connected to the master plan of concession. So we can doing water sharing to the village, but also we make improvement of what they manage the canal in their area. So also we train the villagers to maintain this activity, and also this is always good communication with the concession, how they manage the water management in the landscape. So this is I think we can implement like this in maybe another place. So we can working together with the stakeholder in the location. Okay, next. I think that's some of our program that we can support the conservation and sustainable management, and also maybe one of our activity can become a center of excellence as an example for another activity in another place. Thank you very much for the thank you.
Thank you, Pak Iwan. Now I would like to invite Ibu Dian Novarina from April Group. Ibu Dian, you have your time. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Adi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat sore, Dr. Aludohong, Vice Minister. First of all, I also would like to greet the honorable speakers, Pak Adi and all of you, Bapak dan Ibu. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for having me this afternoon representing April to share our information related to private sector involvement and support for the development of Center of Excellence for Conservation and Sustainable Management on Peatland Ecosystem to support Volunet Sync 2030 and Indonesia NDC. Next, please. A brief overview about April. Currently, April is managing 450,000 hectares of forest plantation and also around 365,000 hectares of conservation and ecosystem restorations areas. And our mill capacity is one of the largest in single-site pulp mill, 2.8 tons pulp capacity per year, and for paper is 1.5 million ton annually. Next, please. In November 2030, April launched our commitment for 2030 called April 2030. So I will focus my presentation to two of our target, which is part of our climate positive target. I put the red square. This target has one indicator called net zero emission from land use, which is very relevant to our discussion this afternoon. So for this indicator, we have three strategies. One is to avoid emission from the forestry operations and to increase land carbon sequestration through conservation, ecosystem restoration, and improve peatland management, and emission monitoring with GSG flux towers. And then for the second target, we call thriving landscape. We have also one indicator here to my right side. It is an advanced tropical peatland science. The strategy to achieve this target is to advance tropical peatland science by investing in research, publication, and peer knowledge sharing, aligning with mitigation action for the forestry sector to support the government of Indonesia NDC and Follow Net Sink 2030 target, and also to enhance the global partnership for sustainable development complemented by multi-stakeholder partnership that mobilize and share knowledge, expertise, technology, and financial resource. Next, please. This is peatland management in April. We have three group of our core team for water management. First is lowland planning. This team is carry out comprehensive peatland management. They do land use planning, detailed topographic mapping, infrastructure design, etc. And we also technical support. Consists of several PhD with different background, in-house expert. They provide expertise in different aspects of peatland management, including GSG monitoring, hydrology, and biodiversity. And we also have a water management team who carry out water management and water level monitoring in operational areas on daily basis and interact with communities affected by companies' water management. And this team is guided by strategic direction from sustainability management and also independent peat expert working group. We have independent peat expert working group, 7 of them, national and international peat expert, well known for peat issues. For example, Professor Susan Page, and also from Indonesia, Professor Supiandi and Professor Fahmuddin Agus. And this team also supported by operational team for their daily operation. Next, please. This is the example of our landscape management in Kampar Peninsula. We believe in production protection approach at peat ecosystem landscape. We can see in the picture, in the map, in the middle, in the core area of Kampar Peninsula, the green part is a ecosystem restoration area. And in the perimeter of those area are our plantation forest. I will now focus on the yellow part of this map. This is one of our plantation area called Pelalawan Estate. Next, please. Okay. Before that, this is our activity in a peat ecosystem restoration. First is to do the forest restoration. And then we also have hydrological restoration. Until September 2022, our program, Ecosystem Restoration Riau, or RER, has closed around 202 kilometers of old drainage canal in Kampar Peninsula. Because in the area, in the past, there was illegal logging activities there. And in December 2030, with the lead of the Directorate General of Conservation at the MOIF, we carried out a release of a tiger to Kampar Peninsula who was trapped by local community. And after rehabilitation, we released the tiger to Kampar Peninsula back. We call it Corina, Pulang Kampung. We call it the name, we give the name Corina to this female tiger. Next, please. Yes, this is the Pelalawan Estate that I mentioned earlier. So peatland management at plantation area is informed by a detailed plan, like for topography data, land use planning, and infrastructure planning. Next please. And this is the example of how we execute and monitor our peatland management. In every estate, we have a full team who work to manage water level. Next, please. And this is the example of how we report the result of groundwater level management, which is maintained around 40 centimeters. Next, please. And we also have a GHG emission monitoring program. At the moment, we manage 4 GHG towers situated at 4 different landscapes at different land cover, ranging from natural forest, plantation forest, mixed land use, in mineral soil, and also at peat soil. The objective of this is to measure, analyze, and report on GHG emission data in different land use types, inform establishment of baselines, and enable science-based target setting, because we aim to understand tier 3 of emission factor from this activity. And we also want to know the links between management intervention and GHG emission. Next, please. After talking about hydrology, about GHG emission, we also have some research related to peat hydrology. This is only 2 of many other examples that we conducted at April. This is to the left side, to the right side, this is the peat hydrology lysimeter trial. This is to improve our understanding of landscape scale. This is to understand the relationship between plant growth and groundwater level in peatland. And this one is a landscape scale hydrological modeling. This is across one island called Pulau Padang. We developed a hydrological model to understand the landscape scale hydrological process to support the development of responsible peatland management practices by using a process-based hydrological model, Mike Shi, on Padang Island. Next, please. And we also have 3 new research in 2021. After publishing our research at several reputable journals, quartile 1 journals, international journal, we also collaborate with different experts and also university in Indonesia, also abroad. At the moment, we have ongoing 3 research. The first one is to quantifying fluvial carbon export through the aquatic system. This is to get comprehensive estimates of a total carbon emission from peatland landscape. So April initiated this research to quantify the total fluvial carbon export across different land cover type. This is our collaboration with the Independent Peat Expert Working Group, and this research scheduled to run until 2023. The second one is to measure GHG emission from acacia stems. Yeah. This study we conducted in collaboration with the University of Birmingham and IPB University, and scheduled also to run until 2023. So the background of this research is to understand the pathway and mechanism of methane emission, in particular from acacia stems. We using static chamber and trace gas analysis to measure methane flux from stem of acacia plantation under different water regimes. Number 3, previous slide please. Okay, number 3 is technology-driven innovation for enhancing credibility and integrity of nature-based solution. This is our collaboration with NUS, Singapore, Center of Nature-Based Climate Solution. This is 3 years collaborative research program to develop carbon stock and flow model by integrating field measurement, remote sensing, and modeling. Last but not least, Next, please. At the moment, we have what we call Eco Research Camp. This is situated at our ecosystem restoration concession in Kampar Peninsula. The Eco Research Camp provide a learning ground for scientists, academics, conservationists to learn about this unique ecosystem and to experience our restoration effort firsthand. So we want, at this opportunity, I would like to invite you, if you want to have a collaboration program, especially for peat ecosystem, peatland management with us. So we have this facility. I think this is, I've been there for several times and I feel that it is very nice place to work, to do research. My last slide, please, thank you. I will conclude my presentation by quoting our chairman. He said that it is not the strongest, smartest, or fastest who survive, but rather the one who adapt to the changing environment. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Ibu Dian. Now I would like to entertain some question and answer, but we have only 5 minutes time, and so it should be very brief. Only one round of Q&A. Anyone who has questions? Last quote. Okay, this gentleman request for the last quote to be presented on the screen. You really like the quote, yeah? Okay. Hello, the team. Okay. Anyone who wants to ask? Any questions? Paparis. Yes, please. Mic, please. Microphone, please. To the gentleman. Paparis? Yes. Try. You can come up here.
Thank you, Faisal Parish, Global Environment Center from Malaysia. I think, firstly, congratulations to Indonesia and all of the team and partners working. Some fantastic work which has been done, particularly the last 5 years. Incredible progress made. Just a quick question to Ibu Ati. You've presented about the great progress done by the government, the initiatives. Can you tell us about the forthcoming period, the next 5 years? What are the key challenges you're seeing, and where does Indonesia hope to be in the next 5 years with this good progress so far? Thank you.
Thank you. Ibu Ati, would you like to respond to that briefly? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Indeed, of course, we already have the guideline for follow net sink 2030, 2050, and also 2060. And we also have the peatland protection and management plan from 2009 and until 2050. So we have to follow this arrangement, and as already stated in the ministerial regulation number 246 for the national plan for peatland protection and management. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Ati. Is there any second question? Ask. No? Okay. Oh, yes, for the lady, please.
Hello, my name is Abby from America, and I was wondering for the private sector, for stakeholders. I personally think it's important for more women to be engaged with stakeholders in the private sector, and I was wondering with yours specifically, if you encourage women, Indonesian women, and foreign women, especially at your Eco Research Hub, to engage as well?
Yes, Ibu Dian, would you like to respond to that?
Hi, Amy. Yes, thank you. You are very right that part of our program is also to encourage and also to strengthen our network with researchers, women researchers. We even have a special program with them that we call Women in Conservation. So that program is especially is aimed to facilitate women researcher, lady researcher, to conduct different researches related to conservation, especially in tropical peatland. Yes, we do have that program, and we encourage because this is part of our objective to facilitate that and to fill the knowledge gaps by involving different researchers globally and nationally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Dian. Another questions? Any? If not, then that would be the end of the first part. Now I would like to start with the second part, the launching of the Indonesian Information System for Peatland Management. So all of the information provided by all the speakers will be there, the information system. Now I would like to invite His Excellency Bapak Aludo Hong, the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, to deliver the speech for the launching of the information system. Bapak Aludo Hong, please.
Thank you, Pak Adi. Distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy here in the event or session entitled Indonesia Achievement on Conservation and Sustainable Management of Peatland Ecosystem and the Center of Excellence for Pollinating by 2030. We can hear from all these presenters, they just shared recently to all of us about what they are doing, what kind of approach, what kind of technology, what kind of lesson learned that built up by all this kind of initiative. And this initiative is very important. So this event actually very important event to share together all this kind of, approach, technique and so on. So as we know that peatland worldwide, notably the tropical peatland, we are still challenging, some of the drivers of peatland degradation, stem up from deforestation, conversion to large-scale agriculture, drainage, fires, and so on. And we all understand the negative impacts of those kind of unsustainable manners of managing and protecting peatland. And those kind of impact has consequences not only into the ecological, physical, social economy, health, as well as the most important, the contribution to the climate change because of emission come from this unsustainable peatland management intervention. I know from all these presenters that actually we can build up, we call it Center of Excellence for managing, and not only managing in the peatland production, but also conservation of protected peatland. And this Center of Excellence should, come up with all this kind of, from planning as perspective. I saw, April, for example, just shown us, how managing peatland based on landscape-based management, not a piecemeal. Sometimes we are doing peatland management with piecemeal approach. We have in peatland, we call it hydrological unit, of peatland. So we have to manage both production, conservation all together. So we not just focus on the conservation itself in the hydrological unit of peatland. Because if we just doing that only part of it, that's mean piecemeal approach. So we have to manage it on landscape base. Landscape base. It's very important in the landscape base. We can interpret it into the I said just recently about center of excellence, where in the center of excellence we'll cover how we do a good planning, how we can do a good intervention either for conservation aspect, either for production restoration aspect, or utilization aspect. And then in this center of excellence also we can integrate it, how we can implement all this kind of intervention by engaging all stakeholders, ranks from local communities, universities, local government, private sector, and whole ranks of stakeholders need to be engaged in this kind of center of excellence. And the most important things of this center of excellence is actually collecting all this information into once, right? To compile it and to manage this data and information, intervention, lesson learned by establishing what we call that information system, integrated information system, how to manage peatland either in conservation, production, and utilization, right? So today I'm gonna launch, we call that SIPEC in Bahasa Indonesia. So the SIPEC is system, paano? Singkatannya? Okay, that's in Bahasa. Sistem Informasi Pengelolaan Ekosistem Gambut with abbreviation SIPEC. So information system on peatland management. That's more or less the translation of it. So, with this kind of important of the lesson learned, practices that already done by all these stakeholders, we need to scale it up. We need to share that lesson learned in broader aspect, broader stakeholders, even broader countries, right? Because the tropical peatlands is not only in Indonesia. We have in Congo Republic, we have in DRC, we have in Peru, we have in Brazil, and we also have in temperate and boreal peatland, even larger peatland areas. But all this lesson learned, we can put into the information system, and everyone can access it, can use of it, to adapt it to their respective areas and try to adjust it. I think that's the most important of this information system that I want to launch today with you all. So I do hope, again, this is just start of our ideas about Center of Excellence through the CPEC system, the information system, and we do hope we can build up this to scale it up for the future, for the use and the benefit for all stakeholders, all countries in the world. So that's my comment, and in this good opportunity, I'm going to launch this by just touches from distance.
Yes, thank you, His Excellency. We'd like to invite all the speakers to join the Vice Minister to push the virtual button for the launching. Yes, because it's of a stakeholder collaboration. Yeah? Okay. Pak Alu, you can start with the...
protection and management of peatland ecosystem efforts. It is need to be supported by an information system that integrates all available information related to the protection and management of the peatland ecosystem. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry, in collaboration and supported by IFAD and the Global Environment Facility or GEF, have established the Advanced and Integrated Information System for Protection and Management Peatland Ecosystem or CPEC. CPEC is a system that provides information and data on protection and management of peatland ecosystems in Indonesia. CPEC is an integrated information system to monitor, evaluate, prediction, dynamic and real-time peatland monitoring, weather forecast, hotspot, peat water level, and others. CPEC consists of 8 applications including Peat Ecosystem Quality Index or EQ is part of the Environmental Quality Index, which describes the condition of the quality of peatlands in certain areas, both provinces and districts or cities. Water balance in a peat ecosystem is information on the calculation of the equilibrium volume of water in a peat hydrological unit or KHG to determine the peat dam which will be designated as a conservation area. Peat Ecosystem Protection and Management Plan or RPPEG. This application will support the local government to develop their planning in protection and management of peatland ecosystem. Company Environmental Performance Rating or PROPER is a system that presents data and information on the environmental performance of companies in the peatland ecosystem. Surveillance and Law Enforcement or WASGAKUM is a system that provides support system for law enforcement. Calculation of greenhouse gas emissions reduction from raising of peat groundwater level is a system to provide data on information related to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions or CO2 from raising of peat groundwater level. Early Warning System. This application presents the latest real-time monitoring data, air quality, peat water level, hotspot, drought code, fire weather index, and weather forecasts can serve the Asian countries to predict for the next 5 days. Groundwater level monitoring on peatlands. A monitoring system to view data and information on fluctuation in the results of the groundwater level measurements on peatlands. The coverage areas of monitoring system is more than 4 million hectares of peatland. The CPEC application also has a sophistication called dynamic modeling on maps, which function to predict rainfall, wind direction, temperature, cloudy, waves, and pressure for the next 10 days. The CPEC will support Indonesia in implementation of protection and management of peatland ecosystem.
Congratulations to the launching. Now I would like to invite the speakers for a token of appreciation. Yeah, from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Please come. Oh, yeah. Yes, the speakers, please. And I would like to invite Ibu Nur Masripatin to present the token of appreciation from the Ministry. Ibu Nur, please join us at the podium. Yes. Thank you. Please line up. Line up. Dr. Chaudhary. Yes. Special, Pak. Yeah, we have special products from the peatland area, the products from the peatland. Okay. Next. Mr. Chowdhury from IFAD. Next. To Ibu Dian of April Group. Next one to Pak Iwan of Sinar Mas. Yang Profesor Hain gimana? Dikirim. Ya udah, ini siapa? Next. Ini siapa? Oh, so kind. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, nah. Izin Pak, agak geser ke sebelah kiri. Profesor Hain.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, very important.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Professor Hein. You will get the presents later. Yeah, they will send to you. Thank you so much to all of the presenters. Thank you. Back to the Master of Ceremony of the Indonesia Pavilion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nur Adiwardoyo, the moderator who moderated the talk show in a very well done. And also thank you for thank you for His Excellency, Mr. Vice Minister of the Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. And also thank you very much for all of the honorable speakers comes from the government institutions and also the private sectors who are involved in presenting the memorable moments as well as the launching of the information system related to the peatland management in Indonesia. And then we are about to begin our next session, but we will have a short break, really short break for 5 minutes. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, so we will have a short break for 5 minutes. And after 5 minutes, we would like to invite you again to join us in the talk show hall to join the next session as our last but not least session for today. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes. which will be held by the Directorate of Climate Change Mitigation, Climate Change Control, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, the Republic of Indonesia, entitled Emission Reduction Program Design through Biocarbon Fund Initiative for Sustainable Forest Landscape, or BioCFISFL as an abbreviation. This session will be moderated by Ibu Nur, or as well known as Dr. Nur Masripatin, the Senior Advisor to the Minister on Climate Change and International Convention. Therefore, to start or to begin the session, again, we would like to invite all of the participants who are still outside to come over to the session hall. And then, Dr. Nur Masripatin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleague. Yeah, as was introduced by MC, that we will have a session on biocarbon fund for sustainable forest landscape. In this session, we will share the experience and the progress of BioCF ISFL implementation in two countries, Indonesia and Ethiopia. And we will also learn about BioCF ISFL at the global level. Colleague, our session will begin with opening remark that will be delivered by the Director General of Climate Change, who also the national focal point of Indonesia for UNFCCC, Ibu Laksmi Dewanti. Now I would like to invite Ibu Laksmi Dewanti to deliver her speech. Ibu Laksmi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nur Masripatin, our moderator this afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May Allah bless, mercy and peace upon us. Very good afternoon, distinguished speakers, guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is my pleasure for being here with you today on the occasions of the Indonesia Pavilion's workshops on emission reduction program design through Biocarbon Fund Initiative for Sustainable Forest Landscape. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as mandated by Article 5 of Paris Agreement, parties are encouraged to take action to implement and support, including through result-based payment, the existing framework as set out in related guidance and decisions already agreed under the Convention for policy approaches and positive incentive from the degradation and deforestation and forest degradations and enhancement of forest carbon stock in developing countries, and alternative policy approaches such as joint mitigations and adaptations approaches for the integral and sustainable management of forests, while reaffirming the importance of incentivizing as appropriate no carbon benefit associated with such approaches. Distinguished participants, Indonesia's commitment to contribute to global temperature goal under Paris Agreement reflected in National Determined Contribution 2021 to 2030. The enhanced NDC that we have just submitted last month has increased the national target on emission reduction from 29% to 31.89% with unconditional term, and from 41% to 43.2% conditionally with international support. Among this target, forestry and land use contribute 17.4% to 25.4% by enhancing land rehabilitations, mangrove restoration, and peatland management. So distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, REDD Plus plays a very significant role in achieving Indonesia's NDC's target from volume sector. The Cancun Agreement, if I would like to recall it, Decision 1 CP 16, enables developing countries to undertake, based on their national circumstances, capacities and capabilities, as well as the level of support received for the following activities, among other, reducing emission from deforestation, reducing emission from forest degradations, conservations of forest carbon stock, sustainable management of forests, and enhancement of forest carbon stock. So therefore, scope of REDD Plus activities will vary among countries and at national level can be dynamic over time, depending on the activities. With a very long history of involvement in REDD Plus negotiating and other related process at the international levels and its implementations at the national and subnational levels, Indonesia has rapidly progressed with REDD Plus implementations from readiness, transition period, to the full implementation since 2015. Indonesia also has been establishing all REDD Plus related instruments under the Warsaw Framework toward result-based payment phase, namely National Strategy, Forest Reference Emissions Level or FREL. We are now having the second FREL under evaluated or under validation by the UNFCCC. Monitoring, reporting, and verifications procedures or MRV, National Registry Systems, Safeguard Information System for REDD Plus, as well as finance instrument to support the implementations of REDD Plus in Indonesia. So dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to accelerate REDD Plus implementation, in particular at the subnational levels, Government of Indonesia, together with other countries, Colombia, Ethiopia, Mexico, and Zambia, supported by the World Bank, implemented the Biocarbon Fund Initiative for Sustainable Landscape, or in short, we call it BioCFISFL program. This BioCFISFL program promotes reducing greenhouse gas emission from the land sector, including efforts to reduce deforestation and forest degradations, sustainable agriculture, as well as smarter land use planning policies and practices. The implementation of the BioCFISFL program requires the availability of an emission reduction program document, or we call it ARPD, that describe the history of greenhouse gas emission in subnational within a certain period of time, including the impact on land cover changes and the main cause or driver of the program that underlines or trigger deforestation and forest degradations. So ARPD explain the design of the program strategy, including the greenhouse gas emission reduction intervention and other activities that cover the program strategy, financing plan for the reducing emission, and also, the most importantly, ambitious target. In light of this, the Bio-CF-ASFL program in Indonesia is implemented at a selected province, which is province of Jambi. Province of Jambi has a performance assessment area of 2,123,550 hectares with forested area of 964,000 hectares in 2021. So this program has a target to reduce emission by 19 million tons CO2 equivalent within 5 years, starting from 2001 to 2025. The BioCF participating country that now in this session will be also part of the panelist or speaker is Ethiopia. The program and design and draft deforestation and forest degradation in Ethiopia, it's quite similar with the design of the Jambi province emission reduction program. So I believe Ethiopia has completed the ARPD validation process phase, safeguard document, and BSP or benefit sharing program advanced draft, so that it will be a lessons that worth it to learn by us and also for the Bio-CF-ASFL in Jambi, which is now in Jambi. We currently having a validations of our ERPD documents. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the only objectives of this workshop is to inform and to communicate all the lessons learned from the existing Bio-CF-ASFL program to the international level, so we can share our lesson learned and hope that this lesson could be inspired and could be used by other countries in moving forward their RDDD plus in their countries. So we hope that this discussion will be a very fruitful one and meaningful for our current effort towards the climate agenda in the global. So without any further ado, I would like to end my speech, and I wish a very fruitful discussion and hope to learn more recommendations and input to enhance the design and implementation for the effective and efficient REDD plus policies and action, especially for the Bio-CF-ASL program. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your commitment for our future we want. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Laksmi. Colleague, we will start our panel discussion and presentation. We will start with presentation at the global level that will be delivered by Mr. Erwin Denise, the Manager for Climate Funds of the World Bank. But before we start, I would like to invite all speakers to come forward and take seat there. Mr. Erwin Denise, and then Dr. Sudirman, the Governor, the Secretary of Jambi Province of Indonesia will join virtually. I would like also to invite Mr. Taye Dugasa, OFLP Coordinator of Ethiopia. And then as Ethiopia will give joint presentation, I would like also to invite Mr. Dereji Lukisa Bayene, MRV specialist. Is Mr. Dereji already here? Please join at the speakers there. Yeah, colleague, we will start with the presentation of BioCF program at the global level. Mr. Erwin, time is yours.
Can you hear me? It's okay, it's okay. Good afternoon. Ibu Laxmi Dewanti, Director General of Climate Change of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Sudirman, Secretary General of the Jambi Province. Taye Dugasa and Dereje Likisa, representatives of Ethiopia. Ladies and gentlemen, first let me thank the government of Indonesia for convening this important session. I think it is really important to bring together the different countries that are involved in these very ambitious programs of emission reductions and to learn collectively from results-based climate finance in these programs. Next slide, please. So we've been hearing a lot about scaling in this COP27, and the first message that I would like to start with when it comes to the Biocarbon Fund, Integrated Sustainable Forest Landscapes, is actually the scaling that has been taking place over the last years, where this ISFL was launched in the COP19 in Warsaw 9 years ago. But as you can see here, it's really an approach of scaling up from project level pilots in the early 2000s to basically scaling up at the level of landscape at the subnational level, as Ibu Laxmi was mentioning. And now we are supporting countries to be ready to take climate smart land use to the next level and to national level. So it's really an approach where we have been working towards jurisdictional large-scale programs at province level or at regional level. Next slide, please. As Ibu Laxmi also mentioned, this program aims to promote and to reward the efforts of countries towards reduced greenhouse gas emissions in an integrated way through the landscape, from reduced deforestation and forest degradation, sustainable agriculture and sustainable land use. Operational since 2013 with 5 program countries, 2 in Latin America, Colombia and Mexico, 2 in Africa, Ethiopia and Zambia, and 1 in East Asia and Pacific, Indonesia. We have 5 contributing donor countries, Germany, Norway, Switzerland, the UK and the United States, for a total fund capital of $351 million. Next slide, please. This slide is an important one because it really shows what is the principles and the approach of the ISFL program. And basically, as you can see here, at the center is really low carbon development, but development here is an important word because when designing climate action, it is really about starting from the development challenges of countries, whether it relates to improving livelihoods, increasing productivity or sustainable land use, and thereby contributing to poverty reduction. On the outer circles, you basically see the 4 main dimensions of the approach of the integrated sustainable forest landscapes. One is leveraging partnerships, and as Ibu Laxmi was mentioning, the importance of incentivizing private sector investments. Disappeared. The other dimension here is working at scale. So as we were mentioning, very much looking at integrating the different land uses across the landscape level, incentivizing results, and here we are talking about helping countries to monetize the emission reductions, and finally building on experience. And Ibu Laxmi also mentioned the great experience that countries have gained through the National Red Plus readiness work, among others, through the supported through the FCPF and the UN Red. So this is really the approach of the ISFL program. Next slide, please. What are the, how is the program being funded? Basically through two main pillars. The one on the left, the Biocarbon Fund Plus, really looks into creating the enabling environment for low carbon investments to happen, is looking at partnerships, but also at the instruments, the monitoring, reporting and verification, or MRV tools related to the emission reductions. The BioCF T3 is basically the amount of funding that is available to reward countries for their efforts towards emission reductions, and this is really what it is about, results-based finance and the helping the countries towards negotiating their emission reduction purchase agreement, or the so-called ERPAs. Next slide, please. The progress to date, and I won't enter into the details, but as you can see, a lot of awareness raising has happened within the 5 territories of the 5 countries, a lot of training towards improved land management and agricultural productivity. Very important, the mobilization of private capital and the partnerships with the private sector. As you can see, over $108 million leveraged in this period, and this is really only the start of these results. Next slide, please. Very important for the ISFL approach is the stakeholder-driven approach, and as you can imagine, in these territories there is very competing interests of different stakeholder groups, whether you think about the agriculture or the community forest or other stakeholder groups. So engaging stakeholders from early on, creating these platforms, and the ISFL program in the 5 countries has really represented this kind of platform, solid platform for ongoing iterative consultations with stakeholders, so that the design of the emission reduction programs can really happen with the inputs from communities early on, not only the emission reduction program, but also the benefit sharing arrangements once the payments are being made to countries. And here I'm talking about both carbon benefits, but also non-carbon benefits. So in the next couple of slides, I would like to share with you a little bit of a snapshot of the 5 countries that are participating in the ISFL program, starting with, next slide please, starting with Colombia in Latin America, where the jurisdiction, or basically the regional approach, has focused on the region of the Orinoquia, which is the region towards the Venezuelan border, and which is really one of the last agricultural frontiers in the world. It's a region that aims to be a food basket for the country and for the world. And you can see here the cattle. Colombia is a cattle country that has built a lot of practices of sustainable cattle ranching practices. So in the case of Colombia, where they stand right now in terms of achievements, so they have achieved the core greenhouse gas accounting sections of their ERPD, and the full ERPD document was submitted for third-party audit this past month. In terms of enabling environment that has been created over the last years, a lot has been done on land use planning, land ownership and titling verification, but also really interesting in the case of Colombia was all the work that has been done with private sector and the assessment of the different value chains and alternative value chains like rice, livestock, cocoa, cashew, commercial forestry, and palm oil. And finally, also very important achievement is the way municipal and sub-regional plans have incorporated low carbon and climate change criteria. Next slide, please. The next country, and we will hear about it much more, so I won't enter into details, is Ethiopia. And here the jurisdiction is basically Oromia, which is home to 52% of the country's forests and more than 30 million people. Here, very important is the understanding of the drivers of deforestation and forest degradation, whether it comes from the demand for firewood and charcoal, or whether it is the slash and burn for agriculture. So preparation of the emission reduction program really looked very much at planning and at the sub-basin land use planning, but also the support for participatory forest management and afforestation and reforestation activities in deforestation hotspots. Similarly, the lots of efforts that have been gone into the MRV systems, the benefit sharing and the safeguards management. We're very excited with the prospects of ERPA signature. Ethiopia was the first ISFL program to start the ERPA negotiation. We're looking into two phases, one that looks into the forest sector and the other that looks into the livestock management activities. And we anticipate a signature of the ERPA in the next coming weeks. After that, we will move into monitoring and reporting, and then verification and purchase of subsequent emission reductions. And we'll hear more soon. The third one is basically the hosting country of this session is Indonesia. And I recently had the chance to visit with the whole team here present to visit the Jambi province and the Kerinci district. So we are talking about the Jambi Sustainable Landscape Management project, which aims to increase the forest area, but has been over the last years really doing a great job in strengthening policies and institutions, improve this cross-sector coordination in the landscape. I was very pleased in my visit to meet actually with different farmer cooperatives, coffee cooperatives, but also to be able to visit the Kerinci National Park and to see how basically forestry management units have been created, these partnerships between communities and the national park, and very important, again, these non-carbon benefits of land tenure for indigenous communities. Important results achieved here correspond to 20% reduction in burnt areas compared to 2020 in Jambi. So as Ibu Laxmi was saying, lots of interesting lessons learned for Indonesia coming from Ethiopia. We had a major milestone towards the ERPD that was submitted by the government and that has now entered assessment. And we hope that negotiations will be able to take place in the near future and lead to an ERPA signature. Next slide, please. Two more countries. The other country in Latin America is Mexico, where last year the ERPD entered assessment. Again, very interesting work in terms of integration within the territory, cross-sector coordination between the forest entities and sustainable agriculture. And here also, I would like to highlight the work that has been done on the private sector engagement strategy with interesting value chains like the Candelilla wax or the low-carbon dairy value chains. And finally, last but not least, is Zambia. And here we are focusing on one of the 10 provinces in Zambia. It is the Eastern Province, which is home to 12% of basically the population, but over 20% of the agricultural production of the country, where the last year the ERPD has entered into assessment, and we also hope to move very soon to ERPA negotiations. The interesting features of the Zambia program is the work that was done on land use monitoring and information system, in particular when it comes to the monitoring of soil carbon, but also the development of forest reserves that were basically brought under sustainable forest management. So this is really a quick snapshot just to mention that a lot of lessons can be learned, and that this collective learning among the 5 countries is so incredibly important. Next slide, please. So I would just like to mention a few words about how we see basically the next steps and the next wave of investments for the 5 countries, but also for other countries. Next slide, please. And this is, you may have heard of the new partnership that was presented during the COP27, which is called SCALE, and which stands for Scaling Climate Action by Lowering Emissions, and which is building on the 2 decades of support that the World Bank, through donor-supported funds, has been given to over 63 countries, both with governments and civil society, and where more than 220 million tons of CO2 equivalent has been reduced, with payments being made to countries, grant payments of over $1.5 billion. Next slide. As a World Bank group, we've been supporting, and we continue to support countries through different mechanisms, and you can see here our 3 umbrella climate funds that have been supporting countries at the level of their nationally determined contributions when it comes to the climate support facility, support on carbon pricing and carbon markets when it comes to the PMIF, or, as I just mentioned, support through this new partnership, the SCALE partnership. And last slide, please. Just to give you an idea of the main features of the SCALE partnership. One, it will provide climate finance at scale by providing grant-like payments to reward for emission reduction efforts by countries, up to $50 million grant payments per investment per country. Secondly, these grant payments will be mainstreamed into the World Bank core financing like IBRD and IDA. Thirdly, this will help countries to achieve their nationally determined contribution, their climate goals, but also to help them, learning by doing, to what we believe is next, and is to be able to tap into the carbon markets, both the voluntary and the compliance markets. And finally, very important, and building on the lessons of the ISFL, is the aspect of social inclusion, indigenous peoples and local communities, and to make sure that climate finance flows to communities and can be reinvested in low carbon and resilient activities and investments by the communities. With that, thank you very much for your attention, and back to you, Mrs. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erwin. Colleague, after following the overview about biocarbon, the fund initiative at the global level, the next we will listening the presentation from Indonesia, the design and the implementation of BioCF ISFL in Jambi province of Indonesia. I would like to invite Dr. Sudirman, who joined with us virtually. Pak Sudirman, if you could give presentation within 15 minutes, it will be appreciated. So, Pak Sudirman, time is yours.
Terima kasih, Bu Nur. Selamat malam, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon izin Saya menyampaikan mempresentasikan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Salam dan permohon maaf Bapak Gubernur. Malam hari ini beliau tidak dapat hadir bersama kita, sedang dalam perjalanan menuju Jangkat Kabupaten Merangin. Ada agenda Hari Krida Pertanian di Kabupaten Merangin. Izinkan saya menyampaikan paparan dengan judul Program Desain Pengurangan Emisi Provinsi Jambi. Next. Provinsi Jambi berada tepat di tengah Pulau Sumatera, membentang dari sisi barat dataran tinggi Sumatera, next, hingga dataran rendah di pesisir timur Sumatera. Dengan luas wilayah kurang lebih 53.435 km persegi dan jumlah penduduk sebanyak 3.677.894 jiwa. Secara wilayah berbatasan dengan daerah lain, sebelah utara dengan Provinsi Riau dan Kepulauan Riau, sebelah timur dengan Laut Cina Selatan, sebelah selatan dengan Sumatera Selatan, dan sebelah barat dengan Sumatera Barat dan Bengkulu. Memiliki aset sumber daya alam dan lingkungan yang bernilai sangat tinggi, yaitu 4 taman nasional dengan tipe ekosistem paling lengkap di Indonesia, Taman Nasional Kerinci Seblat, Taman Nasional Bukit 12, Taman Nasional Bukit 30, dan Taman Nasional Berbak 9. Selain itu pula juga memiliki hutan lindung, taman hutan rakyat Tahura, dan hutan adat yang tersebar dan memiliki fungsi ekologi yang sangat penting. Dari total kawasan hutan produksi seluas 2.124.352 hektar yang merupakan 45% dari total luas wilayah Provinsi Jambi. Secara fungsi, kawasan ini meliputi suaka alam atau kawasan pelestarian alam seluas 714.088 hektar, kemudian hutan produksi terbatas seluas 264.398 hektar, hutan produksi seluas 954.012 hektar, hutan lindung seluas 180.792 hektar, dan hutan produksi konversi seluas 11.062 hektar. Sementara itu, untuk areal penggunaan lain atau kawasan budidaya adalah seluas 2.776.521 hektar. Di dalam kawasan hutan dan areal penggunaan lain terdapat 12.236 hektar kawasan hutan mangrove dan 617.562 hektar kawasan gambut. Gambaran indikator makroekonomi Provinsi Jambi, laju pertumbuhan ekonomi Provinsi Jambi dilihat dari year on year tumbuh positif dan membaik pada triwulan kedua tahun 2022, yaitu sebesar 5,41% atau laju pertumbuhan ekonomi Provinsi Jambi triwulan kedua tahun 2022 tertinggi se-Sumatera. Ekonomi Provinsi Jambi triwulan ketiga 2022 tumbuh menurun 5,20% year on year, 2,52% kuartal to kuartal, dan 5,15% kalender to kalender. Saat ini peringkat Provinsi Jambi di posisi ketiga Sumatera setelah Kepulauan Riau dan Sumatera Selatan. Indeks pembangunan manusia di Provinsi Jambi mengalami peningkatan dari tahun 2020 sebesar 71,29, meningkat pada tahun 2021 menjadi 71,63. Angka kemiskinan di Provinsi Jambi pada Maret 2022 sebesar 7,62%. Angka ini mengalami penurunan sebesar 0,47% dibanding Maret 2021 sebesar 8,09%. Gambaran makroekonomi ini menjadi dasar analisis dalam menyusun strategi, pemanfaatan sumber daya, dan intervensi program yang berhasil guna bagi pembangunan daerah. Next. Untuk mewujudkan target penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca Provinsi Jambi dengan pendekatan strategi aktivitas output pertumbuhan ekonomi hijau, yaitu strategi penggunaan tata guna lahan berkelanjutan, pemulihan dan peningkatan produktivitas, strategi kapasitas sumber daya manusia dan kelembagaan melalui peningkatan akses modal pembangunan dan mata pencaharian serta pemanfaatan jasa lingkungan, dan yang ketiga strategi konektivitas dan rantai nilai berkelanjutan. Bentuk komitmen Provinsi Jambi terhadap kebijakan perubahan iklim daerah telah membangun kolaborasi dan strategi dengan menetapkan goal activity, yaitu pertumbuhan ekonomi berkelanjutan, pertumbuhan yang inklusif dan adil, ketahanan sosial, ekonomi, dan daya dukung lingkungan, ekosistem yang sehat dan produktif sebagai penyedia jasa lingkungan, penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca, masyarakat sejahtera dan dengan pendapatan lebih tinggi, pertanian yang ramah lingkungan dan berorientasi ekonomi, dan hutan yang lestari, berdampak pada implementasi perhutanan sosial, dan dengan pendekatan kearifan lokal melalui masyarakat hutan adat. Wujud kolaborasi multisektor, Provinsi Jambi bersama Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan Republik Indonesia bekerjasama dengan Bank Dunia telah melaksanakan program biokarbon ISFL dari tahun 2019 sampai dengan 2026 dengan penguatan implementasi dokumen emission reduction program dokumen yang telah disepakati. Saat ini kita telah mendapatkan alokasi hibah dari Bank Dunia dalam bentuk free investment sebesar 13,5 juta US dollar yang peruntukannya adalah program atau activity adaptasi dan mitigasi perubahan iklim di Provinsi Jambi. Next. Provinsi Jambi mendukung kampanye pembangunan berkelanjutan dan ikut melakukan intervensi perubahan iklim yang didasari oleh pertama, ekosistem hutan yang paling lengkap di Pulau Sumatera, kebijakan yang mendukung dan fokus pada pencegahan kebakaran hutan, resolusi konflik, community-based forest management, kelembagaan multipihak, percepatan perhutanan sosial, dan masyarakat hutan adat. Salah satu provinsi yang menjadi prioritas REDD Plus sudah progres dalam penyiapan perangkat dan salah satu provinsi yang mengalami deforestasi tinggi, degradasi hutan, dan lahan. Hasil positif yang dilakukan Provinsi Jambi sebagai bentuk inisiatif penurunan emisi dicadangkan areal perhutanan sosial seluas 356.490 hektar. Output inisiatif yaitu izin perhutanan sosial yang telah diterbitkan sebanyak 416 izin dengan luasan keseluruhan mencapai 206.457 hektar dengan rincian 218 izin yang diterbitkan oleh Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan dan 198 izin diterbitkan oleh gubernur atau bupati. Next. Program Bio CFISFL akan dilaksanakan dalam 3 fase. Pertama, fase persiapan 1,5 juta US dollar di tahun 2019 sampai dengan 2021. Ini untuk menyiapkan menyusun perangkap REDD Plus, meningkatkan enabling condition, termasuk kelembagaan untuk mengurangi emisi di provinsi, termasuk peningkatan kapasitas SDM. Kemudian fase pre-investment 13,5 juta US dollar di tahun 2021 sampai dengan 2025. Ini untuk mendukung dan memperkuat kelembagaan, menyusun kebijakan dan intervensi penerapan pengelolaan lahan berkelanjutan untuk menurunkan emisi termasuk prioritas manfaat non-karbon. Perlindungan keanekaragaman hayati dan kegiatan ekosistem lainnya, meningkatkan mata pencaharian masyarakat setempat, mengurangi konflik tenurial, dan pengendalian kebakaran hutan dan lahan, serta pengembangan kerangka kerja penurunan emisi termasuk pembagian manfaat di provinsi, termasuk lokasi intervensi. Fase pembayaran berbasis kinerja atau RBP minimal 70 juta US dollar di tahun 2023 dan 2026. Merupakan pendanaan berbasis kinerja apabila provinsi dapat menurunkan emisi 14 juta ton CO2 ekuivalen dalam kurun waktu 2021-2025. Pembayaran ini akan dilakukan setelah emission reduction payment agreement disepakati dan ditandatangani oleh kedua belah pihak, dan pembagian insentif ini berasaskan keadilan proporsional untuk semua stakeholder di provinsi, termasuk masyarakat sekitar hutan, dan dalam hutan yang andil dalam menurunkan emisi dan mempertahankan stok karbon. Bagi sektor swasta direncanakan akan mendapatkan insentif berupa non-moneter. Next, Bio-CFISFL dirancang untuk menjawab penyebab utama emisi gas rumah kaca di Provinsi Jambi, yaitu deforestasi dan degradasi hutan dan lahan sebesar 21.228.141 ton CO2 ekuivalen dengan tingkat kontribusi setara 56,4%, serta dekomposisi dan kebakaran gambut sebesar 23.548.309 ton CO2 ekuivalen dengan tingkat kontribusi setara dengan 40,9%. Untuk itu diperlukan strategi utama, pertama pengelolaan landscape berkelanjutan, kedua mempertahankan hutan alam yang tersisa, dan ketiga mata pencaharian berkelanjutan. Strategi utama diturunkan menjadi program utama, yaitu penguatan kebijakan dan kelembagaan, kedua implementasi pengelolaan lahan berkelanjutan, dan yang ketiga mata pencaharian berkelanjutan atau perbaikan rantai nilai produk. Strategi dan program utama itu menargetkan penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca sebesar 17.387.746 ton CO2 ekuivalen sebagaimana telah ditetapkan menjadi target penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca Provinsi Jambi di dalam dokumen RPJMD 2021-2026. Next. Program Bio-CFISFL mempersyaratkan adanya kerangka pengamanan lingkungan dan sosial dengan tujuan untuk memaksimalkan dampak positif dan mengelola dampak negatif dari pelaksanaannya. Untuk itu, program Bio-CF telah mempersiapkan dokumen safeguard antara lain SESA, ESMP, FGRM, SCOP, dan dokumen lainnya. Next. Bio-CFISFL juga dirancang untuk berkontribusi terhadap sasaran utama dan indikator pertumbuhan ekonomi hijau dalam RPJMD Provinsi Jambi. Dalam pelaksanaannya, program Bio-CFISFL akan melibatkan semua pihak, mulai dari tingkat tapak, tingkat kabupaten kota, tingkat provinsi, hingga tingkat nasional, untuk memastikan semua pihak turut berkontribusi dalam pencapaian target penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca di Provinsi Jambi. Selain itu, diharapkan pula adanya dukungan dari sektor swasta dan mitra pembangunan seperti NGO, donor, dan forum-forum multi pihak. Next, untuk memastikan program penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca Provinsi Jambi dapat dilaksanakan dengan baik, sehingga menghasilkan penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca yang ditargetkan dalam RPJMD dan Bio-CFISFL, maka pemerintah Provinsi Jambi telah merancang kelembagaan pelaksanaan sebagaimana yang dijelaskan pada slide. Kelembagaan ini tidak hanya ditujukan untuk menurunkan emisi gas rumah kaca dari sektor lahan, tetapi juga akan berperan untuk program penurunan emisi dari sektor lainnya seperti sektor energi, transportasi, industri lanjutan, dan sektor lainnya. Demikian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Colleague, although the presentation was delivered in Bahasa Indonesia, I hope you could get the messages as the slide was presented in English. I think Pak Sudirman has provided the context, Jambi context, the circumstances, the policy, the commitment on climate change and development, what is the strategy for Bio-CF, the progress so far, and how the fund is dispersed from one step to another step. That's among what Pak Sudirman presented. The next we will follow the presentation from Ethiopia. The presentation will be given jointly, and I hope it could be delivered within 15 minutes for both presentation. So please, who would like to start first? Yeah, yeah please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for the opportunity. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, I'll try to present within the given time. Oromia Forestry Landscape Rate Plus Program. Next, please. Next. This is presentation outline. Next, please. Yeah, Oromia is one of the 12 regions in the Ethiopia, and she is the largest region in the country, and with the population of more than 15 million, and the total area of the region is 36 million hectares with a forest cover of 9.9 million hectares, which is 26.6 of the total land of the region. Next, please. OFLP has designing phase, and during the designing phase, we have consulted more than 2 million people from federal to the community level, and also there are drivers of several designing strategies have been studied, drivers of deforestation and the forest degradation, and also the strategic option to mitigate strategic option. And also there are safeguards, so many safeguard tools which have been studied during that designing phase. And we have achieved this with our implementation phase. Next, please. Next. Yeah, several safeguards instruments have been studied, including benefit sharing plan. Our funding envelope is from R2, $80 million, which are donated from Minister of Norway and the United States. And the second one is $40 million, which is going to be implemented for the coming 5 years emission reduction purchase agreement. Next, please. Yeah, the program have 2 objectives. The first objective is to reduce net gas emission and improve sustainable forest management. And it has 2 indicators. Emission reduction in Oromia Forestry Landscape Accounting Area, which is measured in million tons of carbon dioxide, and the gross deforestation reduction, which is measured in hectare. Yeah. The second objective is to improve the enabling environment and forest management and investment, which is grant. This will be terminated in the coming June 23, and it has 3 indicators. Next, please. So the program has 3 components: enabling investment, enabling environment, and result-based payment. We have completed the 2 components for the past 5 years, and we are going to implement result-based payment for the coming 5 years. Next, please. Yeah, this is the implementation on the ground. We have planned to manage local level forest management plan. We have planned 120,000 hectares, and our achievement is 119 hectares, and more than 100 PFM cooperative has been established and managed forest, and more than 9,700 hectares degraded land have been afforested and reforested. In addition to that, we have support the livelihood of the community from the grant fund, which are 360 forest dependent PFM and AR cooperatives. We have supported them more than 70 million to Amber, and the other one is enabling environment. We have established 6,594 grievance addressing committee in about 6,594 rural kabbales. Next, please. The lesser and the success of the community engaged in ensuring degraded land restoration, more than 9,700 hectares. And in addition to that, social cohesion have been created and institutional capacity building are enhanced at community and the public level. Sense of ownership on AR and the PFM have been increased from this project. And also people are able to leverage more money when they are establishing in a cooperative. Next, please. Yeah, this is the success. The before is it is bare land. We have delineated and established cooperative, and they have planted, and it will become a forest. And both have indicated that the difference. Next, please. The third phase is Oromia OFLP ERPA phase. I don't want just to go detail in this. It will be presented with my colleagues, Daraje. Next, please. So, project beneficiaries. There are two beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries and indirect beneficiaries. More than 400,000 people are living in and around the community will be benefited from carbon and non-carbon benefits. Women's, men's, and underserved and vulnerable groups are one of the beneficiaries. On average, 2,000 communities which are that will receive monetary and non-monetary benefit from each kabale on average. Next, please. Yeah. 15,000 women is registered to cooperative who will receive benefits from Oromia Forestry Landscape Emission Reduction Program through their involvement in forestry and livestock-related income generation. And also 10,000 stakeholders, smallholders, farmers in private sector scheme will, who will be supported to adopt improved agricultural practice. And also institutional at federal and the regional level and the local level will benefit from enhancing operational capacity. Next, please. This is indirect benefit. This includes downstream water users such as water utility, irrigation scheme, and hydropower facilities that will benefit from improved protection of watershed service and also support high level of biodiversity in endemics and attract a significant number of natural-based tourists who contribute to local economic through spending for accommodation and the tourist guideline service. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dugasa. Yeah, Mr. Derechi.
Thank you. My time is also running. I would like to thank Iris, the bank manager in Climate Fund, as well as the Director General of Climate Change. They took much of my presentations. So my presentation focuses on Oromia Forestry Landscape Program of Ethiopia, emission reduction program design through BioSafe ISFL. Next. Next again, this is the outline, and then much of this is presented. And where is Oromia? Oromia is in the center of Ethiopia, and this program is one of the projects for Ethiopia in order to reduce emission reductions from the country in support of climate change, climate resilient green economy strategy. And the program is Oromia Forestry Landscape. It is jurisdictional and working in Oromia regional states. And the area is covered. What are the more drivers of this activity? Conversion from agricultural, conversion for agriculture, and the extraction for firewood and the charcoal are the main drivers of this activity. And we calculated the ex ante, how much emission reduction can be reduced from the region when we work from 2020 to 2029 is 45 million tons of carbon dioxide. So RED Plus activities conducted in the region are 3: reducing emission from deforestation and degradation as well as enhancements of forest carbon stocks. Why Oromia? Oromia have a large resources related to forest. It is land area is also huge, and the population is large, and unsustainable natural resources are there. In order to reduce such type of activities, there is this project. Next. So ISF, what are the ISFL requirements? Emission reduction program document requires the ISFL requirements. The ISFL requirements are focused on this one. We have to do on a follow. Agriculture, forest, and other land uses, as well as the livestock, and the others should be done. So the ISFL requirement should be a criteria in order to do the emission reduction result-based program documents. Next. So based on the requirement, we conducted a work for the last 5 years, and these are the requirement for the ISFL, and the gases which are required from the requirements are here: methane, nitrous oxide, and the carbon dioxide are the main gases. And we have to achieve for those sources. Sources are indicated at the left. After assessing, we achieved this result from 2007 to 2017. So ISFL requires at least 10 years back baseline. So these are our baselines. Next. Next again. So this is a land use land cover which we are doing in Oromia for the baseline as well as also for the future, and now we are doing on it. Additionally, in addition to the IPCC guideline and ISSF guideline, we have shrubs as addition because of Oromia has ample resources of shrubland. These have advantages in carbon potential. So shrub is added as one land use land cover due to the auditors of emission reduction program document added this as a one land use category. Next. These are the way we assessed land use land cover. This is for ERPA document. At regional scale, we collected 3,758 training samples with 10 by 10 grid. And we did a follow baseline for Oromia. And now this is for zonal baseline. In order to pay emission reduction result-based payment, we have to pay zonal levels. In order to pay for zonal levels, we have to have a zonal baseline. So this zonal baseline is based on 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer. And we have collected about 92,000 sample points, and we are calculating baseline for each zones based on this one. Next. And this is the way we assessed for each land uses. And there is a visual assessment using collect airs online and the collect airs. If there is a visualization, images are not good, we have to assess from MODIS, spot, and Landsat. Based on this time series analysis, we can characterize and we can separate each land use classes, and then we can estimate based on sample area estimation. Next. So this is the result for land use land cover, and the first figure shows you the emission, the cumulative emission from Oromia, and this is the removal. The cumulative emission from forest land converted to any other land uses, and this is the conversion from any other land use to forest classes. And based on this one, we have about 772 million tons of carbon dioxide, which is emitted from Oromia. And yearly about 85 million tons of carbon dioxide is emitted, which is very large compared to that of the removals. Next. Oromia is OFLAP is conducting as an umbrella for another initiatives. It is working as an umbrella which compiles every activities working in the region. So every initiative working in the landscape at regional level brings his activities to Oromia Forest landscape. So we compiled and we mapped and we estimated our carbon reduction potential based on this map. Every initiatives have their own location where they are working. So based on this one, we estimated. Next again. So this is the Iraqi matrix. Look, in the first row, you see the initiatives, some of the initiatives which have a potential of working on the area of emission reduction, and the first column shows you the emission reduction. And the responsibility, the accountability of them is indicated here. So based on this one, we compiled every activities worked in the Oromia region, and we calculated the emission reductions that we will going to reduce within the emission reduction result-based payment period. Next. These are already presented by Mr. Taye. The achievements that we have in the region are here, and also we are working on compiling activities of the Green Legacy. The Green Legacy initiative is one of the most important input and one of the most potential that can generate emission reduction from the Oromia. And about 5.7 billion tree seedlings are planted within Oromia within last 4 years. This is a very important potential, and it helps us in order to get emission reduction result-based payment. Next. This is what is presented by Mr. Aris, and the emission reduction result-based payment negotiation, and what are the key considerations. And the Oromia, we have ex-ante estimate about 45 million tons of carbon dioxide, which can be reduced within 8 years. From this, reducing the risk and the buffer, we can reduce about 23.8 million tons of carbon dioxide. From this, we sell, and with contract agreement, we sell only about 4.87 approximately. But about 80 million tons of carbon dioxide which can be sold to other third parties. We can generate, we have a potential to reduce this one, but we need third party buyers for this one. And the ISFL buys with contract value about 40 million, and the additional might be around 20 million. In total, we can sell with $60 million, which is 4.8 million tons of carbon dioxide. Next.
Can you speed up your presentation?
Okay. These are the key considerations. We have two cases: contract emission reduction and the additional emission reductions. The contract emission reductions have retained emission reduction as well as retransferred emission reduction. For this case, retransferred emission reduction is very important in order to contribution. For this case, we are agreed with 35% of the emission reduction we can reduce. We can give agreement. This is retained emission reduction, which goes directly to the community, and we can have for this one 65%. Next. This is the summary of the emission reduction result-based payment. Actually, for the first one, for the first phase, 3 years, we agreed on the pricing value, which is $7 for modality 1 and $9 for modality 2. And the second one, phase 2, is to be determined, since we have a potential to reduce much more carbon dioxide with good quality, with large volume, since we have good safeguard management. And these are there also. So what makes OFLEP different? It is jurisdictional. We can produce high quality carbon, and in volume it is very large. Next, the final one. These are the key challenges and the key successes that we have. The key successes are: first, reference level is calculated and approved, and the emission reduction result-based program document is already documented and published. Safeguard issues, benefit sharing plans are already documented, and we achieved those activities because we have Oromia Forest Landscape in Ethiopia. And these are the key challenges that we have. The first one is COVID-19. The second one is deforestation, still continue, even if we are slowing it. And the delay of emission reduction result-based payment is there also. We are agreeing to sign it in next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taye and Mr. Dariji, for a very comprehensive presentation regarding the design of BioCF program in Ethiopia, also the progress and achievement to date. So, colleague, we still have time to take up one or two questions. Yeah, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Precious Kalombona from Lusaka, Zambia. I volunteer with Fridays for Future MAPA. My question goes to the first speaker about, I've heard that there is a project in Zambia based in Eastern Province, and I'm from Southern Province of Zambia. How can we participate as grassroots youth? How can we participate in that project? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think this is the question for Pa Erwin. Yeah? Sorry? Oh, okay. Yeah, because of the timing, I think we will take up two more questions. Yeah. Over there, the gentleman over there, and then Pak Frankie.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question also goes to the World Bank speaker. I also thank the three presenters, also sharing experience from Indonesia as well as also Ethiopia. I am Dr. Sisai Sinamo from Ministry of Health, Ethiopia. My background is not forestry. I am from the health and nutrition sector. As you have heard from the Ethiopian experience, many hectares of trees are being planted, but one of the areas that I look forward is how could we link this initiative toward this food and nutrition nexus, because it will really create a huge opportunity for improving livelihood and also improving the health and nutrition situation in the population. That is number one. Number two is in terms of the impact. Is there any promotion of nutritious long-term trees? In Ethiopia, there is that experience. So how do we measure such kind of contributions toward this improved nutrition, improved health outcomes? Because at the end of the day, it is the people that already needs to be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Pak Frankie.
Thank you, Ibu Moderator, Bu Nur. I want to ask to Mr. Likasa, and actually I'm also in charge in Jambi Biocarbon Fund ESFL. My question is, how do you measure the ER for Oronomia project? Is that you use the methodological framework from Biocarbon Fund or Carbon Fund methodological framework, or you also calculate the stock carbon from your area? Because I think in Oronomia also ER program use the Biocarbon Fund methodological framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Frankie. So, Pak Erwin first, and then Mr. Taye and Mr. Tereji.
Thank you very much for the question on Zambia. So actually last week we had a presentation of the Zambia program in Eastern Province here in the Zambia Pavilion with the Ministry of Environment and Green Economy, but there was also several traditional chiefs involved, as well as private sector, banking, Zanaco, and civil society. So some of these exact questions were also addressed in that panel. And I mean, a couple of things here. A lot of awareness raising is being done by the ministries, but also by the civil society organizations on what are emission reduction credits, what are carbon credits, how can grassroots organizations participate. As I was mentioning, a main feature of these programs is exactly on social inclusion, to make sure that the climate finance flows to communities, that communities are involved both in the design of the emission reduction program, but also on how these benefits are being distributed. So these benefit sharing plans. So I'd be happy to give you more details of who are those entities on the ground, so that you can look at in particular how your community can participate in the program of Eastern Province. In relation to the question on specifically on Ethiopia, on how basically these programs and the emission reduction payments can benefit livelihood support, I think it's linked because indeed as you saw from the Ethiopia presentation, the payments that are basically rewarding the efforts within the landscape, they are flowing to the Oromia landscape, but they have to be agreed upon how these payments will be made and reinvested in livelihood activities, both for basically low carbon as for resilient investments. So it's a very participatory, iterative process based on these principles of stakeholder-driven and inclusion. The benefit sharing plan is a public document that can be consulted, that follows the different social and environmental safeguards, and that really explains the step-by-step process of funds flow, but then also how they are being reinvested in livelihood support, whether it's for the forest-dependent communities or also for the livestock-dependent communities. So I don't know if any of my two colleagues from Ethiopia want to complement. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the question related to the meteorological consistency, I think. So as much as possible, we are trying to consistent with the methodology of the ISFL and the IPCC requirements. It needs consistency, complete, comparable, and accurate, should be. Many questions which are raised from the auditors is also these issues. In order to assess the land use, land cover, we are consistent with the national one, as well as we are consistent with the IPCC and the ISFL requirements. There are guidelines. We followed the guidelines, and based on that one, we conducted our land use, land cover change. For the future also, we should be consistent with that one. Related to the carbon stock, this is about land use, land cover, but the forest inventory is there also. The first inventory is conducted at national level, not at regional level. We disaggregated this national level, which is conducted every 5 years, into regional scale, and we took emission factors from the national scale. I think that is.
Yeah. Thank you. The time is actually up, but I would like to invite the panelists to give a closing statement, very short one. First, I would like to invite Pak Sudirman. Kalau ada pesan untuk kita.
Baik, terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan program BioCFISFL ini bisa memberikan manfaat yang besar bagi masyarakat dalam upaya peningkatan produktivitas, termasuk juga pendapatannya. Kita juga berharap agar lingkungan terjaga, dan tidak kalah pentingnya adalah mempertahankan hutan alam yang masih tersisa juga bisa kita selamatkan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih Pak Sudirman. Ya, Indonesia through Jambi Province expect that FCPF BioCF Carbon Fund will provide benefits for the community as well as for the environment. That's a very important message brought by Indonesia through Jambi Province. So Pak Erwin, Mr. Taye, and then Mr. Darji, a very short statement, please.
Okay. Thank you. My message is, in order to conserve forest, we have to be actionable. In that case, we have to reach for the community who are living around the forest. In Ethiopia, we are slowing deforestation, but we are not completely stopping deforestation. Why? There are poor communities who are living with the forest and in the forest. Unless we reach for the communities around the forest and who are living in the forest, in supporting their livelihood, in changing their livelihood activities and the economy activities, deforestation, stopping deforestation might not be real. So, in order to do that one, the world community, the donors should act on this one also. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for the chance. Because of the time, we didn't elaborate our work we have done for the last 5 years, so many activities, but we didn't share totally our experience. However, I would like to thank you to give this chance to introduce our work, and in the future we will doing so much, and we are getting to emission reduction payment in even the future, and we will share our experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank everyone in the room for the questions and for your participation, and also for all participants who are following online. From my side, I just want to say that this is real. As you could see, emissions reductions are basically happening. They're being monitored, reported, verified. It's very exciting to see these first payments going to basically happening, as the representative of Jambi was saying in the case of East Kalimantan, Indonesia, and we hope that these become really virtuous cycles of payments, reinvestments in low carbon agriculture, and virtuous cycles that really help all 5 countries to achieve their climate targets. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So this is the time for us to close our session. Thank you very much once again to all speakers. Terima kasih Pak Sudirman, and thanks also for to all participants for your participation. Thank you very much, and we close our session.
Thank you very much, our honorable speakers, also the moderator, Dr. Nur Masripatin. And before we close this moment, we would like to also giving you an appreciation, which will be given by Mr. Aditya Perdana. Thank you. And before that, Ibu Nur Masripatin, could we take a couple of pictures? Well, thank you very much again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us the whole sessions during today's. But we would like to see you again for tomorrow's sessions. We still have a lot of sessions that regarding the community role, also the community-based forest business through market access player, or MAP. And then we also have the role of faith actors in climate action. Then we move forward to see about the sustainable finance regarding the opportunity and challenges for conservation and sustainable management of the peatland ecosystem. And then the last session for tomorrow will regards to the role of data integration to support sustainable forest management and its contributions to achieve Indonesia forest and other land use net saying 2030. So again, thank you so much for joining us today. We still have coffee, tea, and snacks on your right side, outside the hall. You can enjoy the snacks, and don't forget to come back again to the Indonesian Pavilion tomorrow to join our sessions. My name is Yoga Hadi Prasetya, who is assigned as the Master of Ceremony for today's session, and we would like to see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye dan sampai jumpa.